Quit the chatter, I'm on action. All emotions, I'm on passion. Black and black, shit like the fashion. Hoodie weather like the matches. All my homies, they been stashing. Whooping slow, but I been dashing. Looking broke, I'm better cashing. Screen is broke, I'm looking backstand. Swear my heart, I keep my mind straight. All the hate, I make my own fate. People in the past were all fake, but I'm steady chillin' on the lake. So light it up for your boy. 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 But please do not get personal. I'm on another level. But please do not get comfortable. I'm finna flip the table. I don't know what else to say. You really mess with my brain. Then I guess that I'm over your ways. You're hiding your scheming, your games. Please do not touch my hair. Girl, you know I love that the most. I'm gonna know that you care. And that's what hurts the most. I'm feeling out of this world. You ain't no regular girl. It sucks to think about you now, especially when I fell down. I don't expect you to come back, cause I don't expect much from you. I thought the universe of you, but all you wanna do is argue. Thinking back, you never came through. All the times I wanna praise you, overlooked because of pain you said inside my heart, no thank you. Quit the chatter, I'm on action. All emotions, I'm on passion. Black and black, shit like the fashion. Hoodie weather like the matches. All my homies, they been stashing. Moving slow, but I been dashing. Looking broke, I'm better cashing. Screen is broke, I'm looking backstand. Swear my heart, I keep my mind straight. All the hate, I make my own fate. People in the past were all fake, but I'm steady chillin' on the lake. So light it up for your boy. 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 So I'm moving on. Check it, my crew is on. All up in what I done. Staying up till the dawn. All these girlies wanna love me. To compare me with you. Know the weather kinda lovely. Falling down into the coop. All of my jewelry is black. Like I said, what they go is clear. You finna go slip. No wishing for the times bad. When you would go hit on the cliff, the lady that did, you would do nothing but sip. To think about you makes me sick. You cheated on me for a pic. Got between me and my clique. All of these shorties is lit. Wow. Now you wanna know my business. Stumble on it, girl, you tripping. Say you miss me, girl, it's fiction. Attention is your worst addiction. All the comments you've been dishing. Countless times that you've been wishing. For a way to go, you bitching. Time to lower your ambition. Yeah. Quit the chatter, I'm on action. All emotions, I'm on passion. Black and black, shit like the fashion. Hoodie weather like the matches. All my homies, they been stashing. Moving slow, but I been dashing. Looking broke, I'm better cashing. Screen is broke, I'm looking backstand. Swear my heart, I keep my mind straight. All the hate, I make my own fate. People in the past were all fake, but I'm steady chillin' on the lake. So light it up for your boy. Light it up for your boy. Light it up for your boy. Light it up for your boy.
and just stand around. Kinda dumb to me, you should be getting down. Do me a favor, you see that lady over there? Go and ask her if she wanna shake a derriere. Man, just give it a chance. Oh, you one of those cats too cool to dance? Well, cool to dance? Well, cool to dance?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. This is, of course, AcadArena Rivalries, brought to you by, of course, Esports AcadArena. We'll be your shoutcasters for today's matches. I'm Hyron. With me is Uwomi. Kamusta?
Okay lang naman sa akin ang hapon na to. Higit sa lahat, excited ako na makita ang mga teams na nanggagaling sa UPD at ADMU for today's rivalries. And para sa mga taong hindi pa alam kung anong ibig sabihin ng rivalries natin, kakaiba ang format natin dito. It's one of a kind dahil minsan lang tayo makakakita ng isang relay format in a tournament. And by relay format, do you want to explain this to our audience, Marco?
All right, so it's like a regular best of 5, no? So each team or each school has to win 3 games out of 5. And for the first 3 games, nakaset na yung... basically, they're sending 3 teams, right? So Oblation Esports is sending in Corgi, Husky, and a Retriever, while LG Esports is bringing in Shock, Frost, and Mea Incorporated. The first 3, iba-ibang teams yung maglalaro against each other. So our first game today is going to be LG Esports or LG Shock versus Team Corgi. Kung umabot ng Game 4 at Game 5, then they'll be able to use the same teams, pero hindi pwedeng umulit sa Game 4 and 5. So, let's say it reaches Game 4 and 5, LG Shock can only play once in those games, and so on. Yeah, so it's a relay.
And for me, I think the biggest part of what makes rivalries really good is that it tests the bench players of of any esports organization for our collegiate teams. If you think about it, what's the hardest part about this is what if maubos na yung mga star players mo and they can't carry on from the wins of... It's not a threat, but if you think about it, it's quite hard to...
Yeah, I mean, graduate sila, sometimes real life gets in the way.
Yeah, and not only that, I think rivalries will prepare these children into taking over para sa mga senpai nila in the future. But speaking of taking over, let's finish the intro part at lumipat na tayo sa pick and ban phase dahil nag-start na ang ating PB phase in our first game between UPD and LG Esports, which means Set is banned on the first ban of LG, and for UPD, they're banning that Syndra away from Yobel.
Yeah, definitely Yobel, a very scary mid laner for LG Shock. Nakita naman natin yung trash talk niya dun sa Esports AcadArena page.
Oh, speaking of Esports AcadArena, speaking of EAA page, make sure to like the Esports AcadArena page. Ang daming very nice information na pwede mong makita dyan, especially if you want esports in your college or in your university. And of course, ganitong mga klaseng tournament. Again, kung nagtataka ka na bakit wala yung eskwela mo sa rivalries, it's an alliance-only event, which means you have to join alliance to have this tournament for your school. And how to join alliance, ibang topic na yan. Go to Esports AcadArena page. We have a lot of I think pub mats for information like this. But going back to their pick and ban phase, the first banning phase natin, a Graves ban as well for UPD, and for LG Esports, they're banning out that Corky away from My Reprieve.
Yeah, My Reprieve. He definitely brings a lot to the table with that Corky. Very versatile in the mid lane. With his champion pool, but of course you can't discount how Julie here has quite a wide champion pool. Not only does he bring Graves, of course, his band, but he also brings a lot of other junglers to the table. He plays Nidalee, he plays Kha'Zix on top of the usual suspects that we see in the jungle role. And the Wukong as well is going to be banned here.
Yeah, and I think it's a great ban to begin this game, mainly because Wukong is one of those brain-dead champions. And no offense on the players na mahilig maglaro ng Wukong. It's super effective, but dude, you just press R.
Exactly. It
you
works.
Just press, even your clone spins around and knocks up people. How is that even fair?
You can do it twice.
You have the whole kit of Alistair. You have 3/4 of his kit twice in a row. It's quite whack, and you even have damage to pair it up. But of course, we see a Galio on the side of LG Esports. Galio, one of those champions in the mid lane right now that could also be flexed and support and top. One of the best champions in this meta, as I would say, given that Galio can roam around the map, provide a lot of CC, and not only that, provide damage as well.
It's right. It's quite a great mix in this patch, in this meta. Galio definitely brings a lot to the table, but the Gragas and Ezreal, it's actually like not out of the ordinary. Gragas, very high early game pressure. The Ezreal can be quite safe and scales pretty well. We'll just have to see how LG Shock responds to this. And with the Ezreal locked in for Corgi, it seems like they'll be locking in the Yuumi and potentially the bot lane Vayne here for MSY. But Sivir, I think Sivir is more characteristic of MSY as a pickup here.
Yeah, but going back dun sa sinabi mo about kay Gragas, I would like to say to our audience over here that Gragas is one of those champions that not only is effective in both disengaging and engaging, but also has one of the best base stats in the game right now. Marco, yung mga base stats niya, sobrang laki to the point that if you just get Proto Belt in mid lane or just one item and just eventually scale up, the stats just cash in.
You really don't like offensive stats. The damage is definitely there, and even his base defensive stats are pretty good. Like you'll just have to say, "Damn boy, Gragas is thick."
He's thick. Gragas do be thick on that stats. But of course, we see a Riven as well locked in for the side of Oblation Esports, and given that this is a Riven on a blind pick, this must be sheer confidence coming in from UPD.
Definitely. I don't think I've seen Kindle in the past few weeks play Riven, at least on his main account here. But if they're bringing it out here, that means they have a lot of confidence here bringing this out.
Yeah, and we are entering the second banning phase of Game 1. Para sa mga kakarating pa lang, Game 1 pa lang ng LG Esports versus Oblation Esports. Wala pang nananalo. This is LG Shock versus Team Corgi. I think this is both I think this is both of their best teams as of now.
Yeah. What's the word that Berserk and I used in last drive? The A team of their B team.
The A teams of their B teams. But it looks like there's a little bit of an error that went on our champion select phase. So we're going back here sa ating caster cam na picture lang. And Marco, medyo nagsisisi ako, naligo pa ako para sa tournament na to.
Talaga?
Picture lang pala ilalagay sa but
can smell you though.
Para sa mga nanonood, importante maligo ngayon, maghugas ng kamay. It's still GCQ ang tawag, pero we still have to stay safe.
GCQ,
maligo pa rin.
But and Manila cases be like.
Yes. And okay, so wala pa naman tayo nakikita masyadong information about Game 1, Marco. I think we're gonna remake.
Riven pickup was like a misclick. I mean, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Given that Riven is one of those champions na talagang mataas yung fan base, I would say. Ang dami naglalaro ng Riven just because of a lot of streamers or a lot of content creators favoring that champion. And dahil nga favorite na rin,
something I'd like to pick without enough information though.
Yeah, it's not something that you would want to see in a blind pick scenario.
Situation, yeah.
Yeah, because so it's quite easy to counter him with champions like Fiora or even sometimes Mordekaiser, but it's not a big counter. But then again, it's just building armor, building that
Definitely.
Ninja Tabi, building that
We'll see.
thorn.
Meron pa namang second ban phase that they can use to play around, but I definitely prefer to pick Riven reactively in the draft. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
Of course, this is just first game of LG Esports versus Oblation Esports. Kung may matalo, syempre may matatalo dito, pero may chance pa naman mabalik, may chance pa naman ma-avenge ng mga kohay nyo or kung may senpai mang hinalo sa mga ibang teams. So, dito na natin malalaman, Hyron, if it was a Riven ba talaga? But looks like they will be locking in the same champions. This
So
is
it
the
is gonna be
same Yumi, Sivir, and Agalio. And for the side of UPD,
it's
it's
not Riven.
Gragas, Ezreal, and a Karma. Karma,
It's
Ezreal.
Karma, yeah.
Wow,
That makes more sense since they did pick up the Yumi Sivir for MSY and Pop Tarts.
Yeah, and having that pilt over Ionia bonus. Wait a minute.
Wait a second, it's the wrong game, but still, kung malakas man ang Ezreal Karma in Legends of Runeterra, I mean, I think it's a tier 2 deck right now, but malakas din siya sa League of Legends. I mean, the sheer amount of presence you have in lane, the safety, you have shields, you have movement speed, you have safety from Ezreal and the poke. It's gonna be tough.
And not only that, the safety of having an Ezreal Karma lane just means that even if you have a Galio, Yumi, Sivir, which is actually great and not that great. I mean, there are better compositions for diving turrets, but it's one of those compositions that could surely execute that dive. And they have the wave clear coming in from Sivir, the heals coming in from Yumi, and of course the Galio to respond to that dive as well. So I'm expecting a lot of action coming in from LG Shock. Action in the bot lane, to be specific. And I really think that this Ezreal Karma pick is a very good reactive pick, as you would say, it's a very safe bot lane.
Yeah. It definitely mitigates the amount that this Sivir Yumi can all in that bot lane, especially with the map presence of the Galio. It's going to be tough. But of course, they did ban the Camille Jarvan, so that's even more all in that's denied from LG. We'll just have to see. Trundle is going to be locked in here for Oblation Esports.
Yeah, not a big fan of this Trundle, especially against a Sivir composition with a Yumi. It's quite hard to trap people with your pillar, given that these people will most likely have bonus movement speeds all the time. Yes, you have Karma to chase people, but I do think that UPD has to get at least one champion with actual hard CC that doesn't need to be aimed.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because Gragas is, even though it's like very versatile, very like useful all around, it's also kind of finicky to target. If you don't target it perfectly, then it's not going to be an optimal engagement tool.
Yeah, I think that if this is a Gragas Jung, this is a Trundle or Gragas Jungle, but they are hovering over the scale. This is a big for me as well. This is quite. I really don't know what to say about this.
Thinking emoji, because that makes them very, very vulnerable. And Trundle and Kale will have a little bit of trouble latching onto targets if they're not the ones, even if they're the ones that are the aggressors in the engagements. It's going to be very, very tough here. Because Esports has like a very big AoE knockup in the Galio Ultimate.
Yeah, but look at this. I think they've bamboozled us a little bit here. Kale is actually going in top lane, and Trundle will be on the jungle role, and Gragas will be support. It's a Karma mid coming in from UPD, and I guess this changes the dynamic of their team.
Definitely.
And I would like to see that Gragas taking, I think Aftershock would be the greatest summoner. Rune. Keystone na pwede niyang piliin dito because Gragas with an Aftershock is, sinabi na nga natin kanina na yung stats ni Gragas is quite good for yung base stats niya na kahit walang items. So getting that Aftershock will only amplify said good stats and give him enough time to buy time for Kale and Trundle. Let's just hope that they know how to pace their own gameplay because I don't see this composition scaling well towards the early mid game. I think they have to wait until level 11 or level 10 or somewhere in the middle of those numbers, 10 to 14.
Especially since they have a Kale under comp.
Yeah, but the thing is, Marco, you have a Lee Sin and a Galio on the side of LG. This is a draft that can pull the trigger anytime that they want to, and Urgot just finishes things up real quick.
Urgot cleanup potential is so good, and yeah, it seems like Miane, who is Oblation Esports captain for Team Corgi, is definitely gonna have a lot of pressure on his a lot of weight on his shoulders here to really execute a good explosive cast to really try and push away that initiation that they get from Julie and Yobel.
Yeah, I think Julie and Yobel will be the, let's say, main engaged tools coming in from LG Esports. And of course, Sivir with the On the Hunt will just make sure that Yumi, Urgot, and everyone else could just follow up on whoever engages. And this is the beauty of having that Sivir on your composition. But the question is, aabot ba tayo sa scaling ng Sivir? Because as far as I know, Ezreal scales better in the mid game. But of course, late game, we all know what Sivir could do.
Oh, yeah.
Clear waves left and right. And nagkaroon tayo ng meta, I guess, a few years ago or a year ago, where we always saw that Sivir, even running teleport, just clearing waves, winning through sheer macro. And looking at LG right now, I do know that praktisado tong team na to, and they probably know how to play around macro-wise. But of course, that's not discredit ko anong meron ng UPD. They have championship winning coach in them. Even if retired na yung mga players na nanalo sila ng champion, I think it's still Coach Red for the side of Oblation Esports. And let's give credit. Feeling ko, yung macro na matuturo niya will play a big part in UPD's game right now.
Definitely. And they do have a lot of experience. They have experienced players on the side of Team Corgi. But yeah, then you can also discount LG Shock as well. Now, of course, they have Pop Tarts, Kenneth Alog, their captain here in the support role, leading charge. And of course, I think MSY is a fresh grad as well. So he has, he's like their, I guess, the senpai for the other three members of LG Shock who are, I think, not juniors, sophomores and freshmen. So
yeah,
they definitely have.
No. Okay. Akala ko nagkaroon ng problem.
Starting the game, yeah. But this is gonna be very, very exciting to see how not just this game but the rest of the best of 5 relay plays out.
Yeah, I'm quite excited and how, kasi ito yun eh, for best of 5 on a normal best of 5, yung game 1 win would always set the pace for the whole series, right? It's either gonna go to a sweep or basically the possibilities are endless, but getting that first win on a best of 5 sets the pace.
Yeah,
most of the time.
Starting on the right foot in a best of 5 series is definitely super important. It sets up your momentum. It gives you a little bit of a buffer if in game 2 or 3 you're not performing at your best. You still have a chance to get back into it.
Yeah, and not only that, ang gusto ko lang sabihin dito is sa best of 5 na relay, it's way different. Because you're gonna fight a different set of 5 people. It's literally game 1s again and again until game 4, if there is a game 4. So it's really unpredictable. Siguro predictable in a sense that you know who you're gonna fight, but are you really prepared for a different way of shot calling, a different way of playing in general? And a lot of teams, like let's put T1 as an example. T1 is a team that's not that good in regular season right now, but when pumasok na sa playoffs, they just beat everyone. Why? Because they know how to study their enemy ever since game 1. That's game 2, mag-a-adjust sila, and they win because of that. But now that we're in a relay format, you can't study your enemies. You only get one game against them, and if you don't win that, you gotta wait for game 4. But of course,
all the preparation has to be before the actual match here. But of course, let's get into our game 1. Ateneo de Manila University, LG Shock versus University of the Philippines, Diliman Corgi for our game 1 for our relay. And of course, back to Catch Cam, which of course we're gonna have a live poll in this Twitch stream later. I'm not sure when the poll is going to come out, but if you guess which of these two school orgs, so LG Esports or UPD Oblation Esports as a whole, wins this best of 5 relay, if you're one of the people that guessed correctly, you have a chance of getting a free random skin code for League.
Yeah, random skin code. Nakita naman natin sa, I think, one of our pub mats for Esports AcadArena Rivalries. We can see kung anong pwede nating makuha na skins on those random skin codes. So just make sure to join our poll over here kung nanonood ka and gusto nyong manalo ng skin. And to show support na rin para sa mga schools natin dito, ADMU versus UPD. Make sure to join our poll. Share the stream if you would want to enjoy it with your friends. And nandito na tayo sa ating Game 1, Yobel versus My Reprieve here in the mid lane. I think this will fairly be a wave clear simulator until junglers say that it won't be a wave clear simulator.
It's definitely going to be the dynamic here between Yobel and My Reprieve. Of course, My Reprieve does have a little bit of a range advantage, even with the Winds of War. It's just the Soul Flare. It's very, very oppressive whenever Yobel wants to go in for CS. But the junglers will definitely change that. And Julie does have the onus. He has the burden of his shoulders. Being the Lee Sin, he wants to apply early pressure. Definitely does not want to leave his laners alone in this matchup. But yeah, I'm so excited as well, especially since whichever org or whichever school wins this best of 5 relay, not on top of the skin codes we're going to be giving away for the poll, they're all whoever wins is also going to be able to hold an exclusive skin code giveaway with, I think, the same kind of random skin codes.
Last week, it was UST who was able to give away. Sadly, hindi pa namin napapamigay sa UST as of now. We're still thinking of how to give it away.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's
fun, engaging.
Yeah, make sure that it's fun, make sure that it's engaging, and basically that just means that Esports AcadArena gives freedom to the esports org that wins these tournaments kung paano nila ipapalabas yung mga prizes na nakukuha nila dito. So para magkaroon ng skin giveaway bonanza ang mga schools natin, they have to win against their enemies. And it's either UPD or ADMU today. And nakikita natin pumapasok na nga ang ating mga viewers as of now. I hope you all are enjoying our show. Pero Julie.
Yeah. But of course, let's going into first. Oh, hold on. I lost the camera. There we go. Yeah, my bad. But it doesn't seem like that. Our junglers did meet each other on the top side near the Krugs on UPD side, but it doesn't seem to have resulted in any big losses for either side. No health lost too much.
Yeah, but going back dun sa sinabi mo kanina, I think the main goal here is for Julie to set the pace for ADMU. Kasi early, lamang talaga sila eh. I don't think they have to wait for Crandall to scale on the scale, or let's say hopes and dreams getting the items that he needs on this Ezreal. Julie has to do something early, or else he'll be missing out on a big chance on ADMU securing this first game win. And on late game, alam natin that Lee Sin turns into a footnote of what he was on early game.
So basically just a Dragon's Rage bot, an initiation bot later in the game. But in the early game, this is definitely the biggest and most important opportunity for this Lee Sin to be relevant. And it's good that Julie is trying to be proactive, trying to tread on the territory of Levi here, but still, it seems like he hasn't found any big opportunities to make something happen, and he is actually behind Levi in terms of the jungle farm here.
Yeah, and Levi right now just power farming on this Trundle. This is what you want to see as someone who is playing Trundle. Trundle is not that good in ganking. You have a pillar and you have your feet. Literal, kung hindi tumama yung pillar mo, maglalakad ka lang talaga. Yeah. It's hard to gank with Trundle unless nasa pangit na situation or pangit na pwesto talaga
like
yung
near a
laner.
wall. That's like a death sentence against Trundle. But yeah, that's gonna be very, very difficult here. But of course, he is farming.
Yobel, though, this is quite weird. That was a weird rotation coming in from Yobel. He just left his lane, walked through a ward, and went out. And Franz even tanked one turret shot. So it was kind of weird, but at least I think it's a psychological gank. Ito nag-e-effort ako pumunta dito sa amin. Psychological gank yun, tol. Yung tipo na, ito aakit ako top lane. Abangan mo ako next time, mamamatay ka na talaga.
I mean, it might work. It might work. I mean, what the hell? And once Yovel actually reaches level 6, he can make good on that threat. He can actually try and take down Krendel here. Franz trying to go for the trades with Krendel, knowing that he is out of mana for the most part. Has to chug his corrupting pot.
No, man. I hate this. Did he just run cookie? Did he just eat a cookie, like a biscuit? I hate biscuit laners. I hate them. Kale had 0 mana when you told the viewers na walang mana, ate a biscuit, got half of his mana back. But truly, though,
the gank, Franz is still quite far away with a very short range safeguard. Teleport coming in from a member of here, but he's gonna get taken down. First blood going to ADMU LG. Shock Levi gets a revenge kill on this Urgot. Franz taking a little bit of damage here. Hero's entrance gonna come through for Yobel, and let's
Biscuit got half of his mana back. But
Dito
sa replay, tingnan natin kung anong nangyari. Krendel, natamaan siya ng ulti, pero ito yung ulti ng Kale pabalik. And it wasn't still enough to save his life. 10 HP is an easy way to just destroy him na second after. Ito yung parang pag nag-SS ka bilang Phoenix sa Valley. Natamaan siya ng ulti, pero ito yung ulti ng Kale pabalik. And it's the same thing. And it happens in League as well. So as of now, I think it was a great play coming in from ADMU. Making sure that the scale doesn't scale early is a win condition for ADMU.
That's actually a really big brain interaction because the intervention does get countered, soft countered by the Fear Beyond Death. I like that.
Yeah, and yung Fear Beyond Death kasi, for the viewers out here, it works in such a way that it doesn't really execute you. It doesn't make sure that you die. It just sends you 9999 damage.
So if you're invulnerable, you do remain at like 10 HP. But it's probably still enough for Franz to kill you. Of course, Infernal Drake here getting taken by UPD, taking advantage of what happened at the top side so that Levi can get that very, very quick Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and going back to that top lane matchup, I just love to see that this scale is not actually behind in CS as well. Medyo nasasabayan niya, wala masyadong difference. But going towards dun sa nangyari ulit sa top lane kanina, I think Levi really had a great rotation there. Sinabi natin kanina na mahirap mag-gank kay Trundle, pero madali mag-counter gank.
Oh yeah.
Because the movement speed, once they're committed na gamit na nila yung mga gap closer nila, na gamit na nila yung mga dash nila, that pillar becomes twice as effective.
And yeah, it's definitely looking good here for Levi. And for the most part, the lead, that's actually not much of a lead here. But what's important is that the pressure that Levi will be able to put out now that he's level 7, now that his laners are potentially getting into committed fights where this Trundle can take advantage of it. A couple plates here for Hope's Dreams.
Sino kayang mas magaling mag-commit dito? UPD ba o AD?
Are we gonna post this to subtle clown traits? Sino mas magaling mag-commit?
Dapat po-post natin sa Big Four Trash 2-1. Kasi, ano to labanan to. Bakit tayo magdadraman sa subtle clown traits dito? Kailangan suntukan. Game 1 pa lang, sapakan agad. Sapakan sa katipunan, pero 1 meter apart para social distancing.
Oh my god. But, from all the action that's been happening in the top side of the map, Hopes and Dreams and Mian have been applying a lot of pressure in this bot lane, getting a couple plates here. But of course, this could be a fight for the Rift Herald here, trying to make some space so far, 2v3. But Jacob is rushing in with the help of Krindle. Hero's entrance to try and knock someone up. Jacob does not get hit, and they have to disengage. And I think at this point, they have at least denied the Eye of the Rift Herald from ADMU.
Yeah, denying that Rift Herald is a big thing for UPD.
They're still going for it. This could be incredibly risky here for Franz and Julie. They're taking a lot of damage from the Trundle. Intervention comes through. They're either going to get taken down. Mutual kill for two of the members of each teams. And Krindle. He just has enough health to live through. Sonic Wave does not hit. And Julie is going to get his back to the wall as Miana slaps him.
And let's go back to that replay. Beautiful intervention coming in from this cave. And Krindle with the fancy feet, kiting away from those people, healing a little bit of HP with that, ano yung rune na yun? Free footwork as well. And I think Krindle out there, a really great play coming in from the scale. Yung doubts ko kanina with the scale pick, medyo nawawala na.
Yeah, they're playing it very, very well here. Applying a lot of pressure on objectives while being able to defend those objectives as well. And yeah, I bet it was a corrupting pot plus the biscuit, man. Big brain biscuit.
Yeah, yung big brain biscuit talaga. That's a game changer early. Kasi, for viewers over here, let's explain a little bit of the interaction for Biscuit and yung runes. But I think we are looking at another replay of the highlight of Yobel placing that control ward. What a great replay coming in from
Yeah, we are. This does give us an idea of the vision, though. Like, look at UPD's vision control. They have many wards along the river. They have a deep ward on the red buff side of LG Shock, and that's going to give them a lot of intel that they can use in the next couple minutes to inform their plays. And I think that's incredibly important for especially for a laner like Kale, who even with a couple kills still needs to scale up very fast while to ascend.
Yeah, but speaking of ascending, going back dun sa point na sinasabi ko, Corrupting Potion plus yung Biscuit plus the rune called Time Warp Tonic is a really powerful tool not only in surviving in lane but in trading as well. Imagine having a mini heal. Because it amps up 50% of your healing coming in from the potions that you take will immediately be placed on you. That's what Time Warp Tonic does. Yeah. And the moment you have those three things, Corrupting Potion plus Biscuit plus Time Warp Tonic, that's an immediate 100 to 200 HP boost in a fight. And that could make or break the difference, especially against a champion like Urgot that relies on putting you down in a certain threshold before he eats you up. And not only does the scale have intervention to stop that, he also has a heal that grants movement speed to dodge that ultimate coming in from Urgot.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, all of those factors definitely lead to the conclusion that Krindle gets lots of healing, proving the mas magaling uminom ang mga taga UPD. Corrupting Pot, Time Warp Tonic, let's go.
But again, the Dragon will be up. The Dragon is already up 13 minutes inside this game. Cloud Drake ang ating pangalawang Dragon, and I think Krindle would want this. Intervention has a fairly long cooldown, and having that bonus 15% CDR on this ultimate will be great. But of course, hindi lang naman siya may mataas na cooldown na ultimate. Also, Franz. So let's see kung paglalabanan ba nila ang Dragon na to. Lee Sin is already hovering around this area. Julie will be placing a little bit of wards over there. And we're seeing a lot of pings. Mukhang magkakaroon nga ng labanan dito para sa Dragon.
DP advantage for Corgi, though. Krindle does have that teleport up. Meanwhile, Franz is still around halfway through its cooldown. So if there is a fight and Krindle is not interrupted, then definitely Franz will not have a chance to intervene. And I think ADMU, LG Shock realizes that and pulls away from any attempts at trying to get that Cloud Drake. So Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul will be the map for now.
Yeah, Ocean Drake map, I don't think anyone would benefit yung better against each other here, but looks like France will be trying for an all-in, and it Krindle already becoming a big hassle for France.
Has to be very careful to not get under the threshold of Fear Beyond Death. The taunt just is short a little bit. Krindle still has to be very careful. Does get hit with the Fear Beyond Death, but not within the execution range. I think he had to drink a Time Warp Tonic plus heal himself as well for that. So very, very close call there for Krindle, having to burn his flash.
Bitin bitin parehas.
Oh.
ang malas, pero yun na nga, my reprieve looks to be in trouble. Corrupting.
The problem goes for the insect play. Julie gets it, but here comes Jacob Levi as well to try and counter gank, and like you said, very, very strong counter gank, pushing them away from the mid lane and saving his mid laner. Didn't even get to didn't have to use the flash for that. Very
but
nice.
that was a very good play coming in from Julie. Beautiful insect to make sure that my reprieve could have been dead. Pero then again, Trundle was there. You can't go all aggressive against this Karma. Mainly because feeling ko hindi pa niya nagamit yung Mantra W niya. And Mantra W just heals a lot of HP for Karma, especially when she's low. So I think my reprieve here was waiting for it. But Yubel...
Galio's in trouble. He is very, very tanky, though. Does taunt to slow them down, but not a lot of trouble. Actually, if you think about it, Julie, despite the very nice Dragon's Rage, lost that trade because Reprieve didn't even have to use his flash, or Levi didn't have to use a lot of their resources for that fight.
Yep, and Julie has been playing well, but I just have to say that 100% kill participation on both junglers. But having an early game composition in UPD still winning early game, it's not looking good for LG right now. It's not really looking good for LG, given that they have this scaling until the late game, and yung early game to mid game centric composition nila, it's not working out well early. What if pa kaya sa late? I think they need to find a team fight or just a skirmish before the Dragon or Rift Herald spawns and make sure that they win that and get the objective next. But looks like Julie staying patient in the top lane over here, trying to pull something off on Crandall.
Oh, could be big here if they can get a kill on his kill, but at this point, level 12, that's moderately ascended and is able to skip a lot of ganks. Rift Herald will be summoned. Try and take out the control over this area of the map. Cryo taking a lot of damage here. There's going to be 3 members. Intervention going to try and save himself, but there's too much damage and he gets eaten up by fear beyond death. And my reprieve trying to save this turret a little bit too late for the party. But it is
Levi!
Very, very dangerous. Franz alone in the backlines. Guts taken down by my reprieve. That is going to be a 1-for-1 with a turret in favor of ADMU, and they have to get out of dodge.
Yeah, and the gold score right now, 28k to 29k, hindi pa ganun kalaki. Pwede pang makabawi ang ADMU, but for scaling, I don't think they would scale as good as UPD as of now. But let's see, maybe madadaan nila in skirmishes that they know they will win because bilog pa rin naman ang bola dito. I know this isn't basketball, but anything could happen with a 1k lead. One bad move coming in from UPD and yung early game na hindi nakuha ng ADMU could happen. Pwede tayong mag-revert ng oras natin dito. They might get their items early and we're looking at a Sivir right now. This Sivir is 0-0-0 and what you would want to see if you're UPD is a Sivir that's at least 0-2 as of now. Because the Sivir scaling into the late game just means wala kayo masyadong mapupush if hindi nyo pa natapos yung laro.
Yeah, and even though MSY has been doing quite well in the bot lane, we haven't seen too much action bot lane, but we see that the pressure that Hopes and Dreams and Miyane were exerting in the bot side, getting the first turret of the game, really opens up the map a lot for them and gives them a little bit of that bonus gold that helps them out in their scaling. But yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough later in the game when the Kale is fully online and is also defended by the disengage of the Gragas as well as the shields and the speed boost of my reprieve. It's going to be incredibly tough to take down that Kale.
Yeah, and I think she is building towards that Nashor's Tooth as well. I think this is a standard Kale build. Meanwhile, for the Urgot, he will be looking to start that Death's Dance, but France...
Once again, a little bit of trouble. Levi is here to try and assist, but this is 4v2 right now. Shutdown gold goes to Yobhel, and here comes the cavalry coming in from UPD Corgi. Will they be able to put LG Shock in a pincer position here? France, the front lines, but their back line is getting knocked away by the explosive cast. There's a lot of free hits here for Cryandall. No more intervention at this point, but that could be just enough time for them to take him down. Cryandall gets shot in the leg by Franz, and he is on a rampage right now with the rest of LG Shock. And this is going to end up as a 1-4-3 with the open break as well for LG.
Balikan natin kung ano nangyari dito, Marco. That was a great pick by Franz. Nahuli niya si My Reprieve, and it sets up the 4v5. Initially, it was also good for UPD. Krindle was landing auto-attack after auto-attack. Great ultimate coming in from Miane, but after that, FSY just goes wild. Oo, medyo madaming damage na tumapak sa kanya, pero hindi na napatay yung Sivir eh. Not finishing the job on the Sivir means babalik siya, may heal siya ng Yumi, uubusin kayo, at ayun na. This is the fight that I told you about earlier, Marco.
Yeah.
One good fight coming in from ADMU, one misstep coming in from UPD, they secure an objective, they secure a team fight win, and now the gold lead is non-existent.
Yeah, definitely. And I just have to commend LG Shock. They did it in top lane with Crandall. They did it again in the bot lane. They know when they're starting to know better when UPD is not able to respond quickly enough to their ganks. And using that, they were able to force a 5v4, and that's definitely important. Knowing when UPD cannot respond in the macro sense means that they'll be able to take away these victories from Oblation Esports.
Yeah, and the Ocean Drake will be going to the hands of ADMU. Para lang maklaro natin, puro Ocean Drake na yung lalabas.
Yeah.
So that means that the Infernal Drake and the Air Drake bonus, na nakuha na ng UPD, hindi na mamamatch yan ng ADMU. And having that 15% CDR reduction on their ultimates, it's quite big in the late game, if you ask me. Considering that every minute that passes, dapat meron na silang ulti ulit, given that they have their own CDR items plus that added CDR. Cloud Drake is one of those drakes that I favor a lot, but Marco looks like a fight will...
But super fast coming in from My Reprieve to help his friend escape. Yeah, not a lot happening there.
That was really big movement speed coming in from this Trundle. And I guess this is the power of having Face Rush, Water Walking, and I guess the shield coming in from Karma as well. But ngayon ko lang napansin, the Karma is actually running Unsealed Spellbook. This is one of those keystones that you don't get to see a lot. But Julie,
I don't think he's going to be doing much against that thick Miane. But yeah, very rare. I usually never see Unsealed Spellbook. Not only, I mean, it's very, very useful, but it's also requires a lot of foresight to use. And I think, but if anyone's going to be using Unsealed Spellbook in these 6 teams that we have for today, I think it would be My Reprieve.
Yeah, and Karma on Unsealed Spellbook is, I think, quite good as well, because Unsealed Spellbook is just one of those keystones that is only effective when you're opting to play in a macro-centric game. Yung hindi mo balak mang patay ng paulit-ulit using Electrocute. Having the different summoner spells on different occasions and having bonus CDR on those summoner spells just ensures that My Reprieve would be available to produce more plays or provide more protection for the side of UPD. And for ADMU, I would say, in their choice of summoner spells, Unsealed Spellbook din to si Galio. I think we're looking at a meta that's quite different now, na medyo nag-research talaga sila.
Yeah, Unsealed Spellbook definitely gives you so many options here, like TP when you need map pressure, cleanse when you need to go in and not get CC'd before you put out your own CC, which I think is for Yobhel as well. He doesn't want to get snared. He doesn't want to get stunned out of being able to get his taunt out. Definitely important. And later in the game, when you need an exhaust against their highest threat or an ignite to stop the healing, let's say from Death's Dance on Franz or just the general sustain that late game Kale has, it's going to be incredibly important to know when these summoner spells will be at their most useful. So yeah, I think battle of the big brains here between LG Shock and UPD Corgi, which I think is very, very fitting for the sapakan sa Katipunan.
No nga, sapakan sa Katipunan pero 1 meter apart. Reminder lang, it's really
it's a psychic battle.
It's a big threat. Let's not stay safe, if you know what I mean. I mean, we put jokes here and around, but let's continue taking care of each other, taking care of ourselves. But sino kaya ang makakakuha ng ating 4th Drake of the game, which is another Ocean Drake. Nagulat ako, Ocean Drake na naman.
What season is your mind in? But they're definitely setting it up here. Lots of control being put around. Of course, this ocean soul brushed around the Dragon Pit is definitely not going to help things. It will favor, I think, LG Shock here being able to use that brush to their advantage when they have the initiative on this Drake. Teleports coming in from Franz now that he's shoved in the wave here.
Jobel!
A lot of damage flashing away from the taunt here. They are super fast. Final chapter going to try and stun them out. Intervention onto Levi, taking a lot of damage, but a lot of heals as well. But Corgi crying though, taking so much damage. Will he get finished off? He is taking so much damage, but healing so much of it as well. A double kill goes to Cryndall.
No.
Micro.
No.
Let's
All right.
look at the replay.
Let's look at the replay. I have to say, LG had a great engage here coming in from Yobel. 3-man taunt. That's a very beautiful engage. But let's look at the Kale. Eyes on the Kale. Great intervention for Levi over here. And the moment na malapit na siyang mamatay, everyone just goes ham on the Kale, but he refuses to die.
The Justice Fund too.
Man, Cryndall on this fight just carried UPD. The micro coming in from this Kale might even give them the Baron right now.
That's gonna be huge.
Spicy. It's just spicy micro coming in from Cryndall.
And ADMU definitely has no chance of intervening with this Baron take. And with 3 different Drakes on their side, plus the Baron buff, this is going to be setting up for quite a nice 27-minute, getting into the 27 minutes of this game for UPD.
Yeah, but
Kale is now level 16. Their 80 carry, now level 14.
And let's look at the stats let's look at the stats right now. Yumi is 0, 1, and 3. This is an enchanter. I mean, Pop-Tarts is a great support, but I do think that Mia Ne right now, 107 on this Gragas. Walang heal to si Gragas He can't just put heal on one person and pag nakapag pentakill yun, may 5 assists na siya. No. This Gragas has 1-0-7, around 80% kill participation, with just disengaging, and making sure that the presence is felt. And let's give credit to where credit is due. Mian kanina pa siya medyo nananahimik lang His plays is not that flashy, but it's always the play that UPD needs.
Low key. Mian the low key support here. Bringing up being the MVP basically. 0 death, basically so much presence in the team fights. Disengaging with explosive cask and the peel that he has with his body slam as well. It's just it's basically unseen for the most part because we all focus on Cryndall and Franz juking it out. But yeah, I think it's Miane that definitely breaks the equilibrium here. So, on top of Cryndall's ability to just survive and dodge all these kill shots that could mean his death at any moment.
Yeah, but for ADMU, I think the hope right now is just keeping that Sivir alive. We're looking at a Sivir with already around 70% critical chance. And alam naman natin kung gaano kasakit yun. Pag nag-crit yung unang ricochet, it's gonna hurt all around the whole team. And that scaling is what would eventually save ADMU. Let's just wait kung kaya bang paabutin in that stage na kahit kill, matatapatan ng Sivir.
And so far, it seems like ADMU has been doing quite a good job at repelling UPD. Of course, that's the wave clear of the Sivir, helping out to relieve some pressure from these Baron waves. And if they can at least deny as much value as they can from the Baron buff, then that's already a win here for ADMU and a step forward in getting this game back from the momentum of UPD quarter game.
Yeah, and 3 Drakes already for the side of UPD. They can't give away the next dragon. Kundi Ocean Soul lang mapupunta dito sa UPD. You don't want that, especially if they're winning. Because in a siege, in an actual siege na let's say 4 silang nagpupush, 5 o any kind of siege, to be honest, it just negates a lot of your damage. Yes, you have wave clear, but will it really matter if inahaharas mo nga yung kalaban but they have technically infinite HP? They're gonna
in these team fights, almost every time that ADMU almost wins a team fight, it's when Krindle just barely gets out of jaws of death. And if you have Ocean Soul on top of that, it's gonna be even harder to kill this Kale. So it's gonna be very tough here. ADMU really needs to take control of this Drake.
Now that I think of it, intervention negates all damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's for 2.5 seconds. That means magpo-proc yung Ocean Soul.
Yeah, for sure.
And he will heal a lot of HP back while being invulnerable. And not only that, he can only use heal as well sa sarili niya. And that's really bad for ADMU. They have to contest this dragon and they have to win that fight. Giving away this dragon will only mean na malalagay nila yung sarili na in an even deeper hole. Natatagal pa yung scaling ng Sivir.
Julie being quite proactive in the vision here, trying to take control. They know that this Ocean Drake cannot be given to Corgi, and they are making moves to try and mitigate it. Krindle, he is such a huge threat in this top lane. I'm not even sure if Yobhel alone can push him away. All he can do right now is clear the waves and hope that the rest of his team can make something happen while Krindle is away.
Yeah, this is the dragon we're looking at right now. 30 seconds or less, lalabas na ang final. What could be the final Ocean Drake of this game. And ADMU can never give this away.
It's going to be tough. Lots of control onto LG Shock, but lots of pressure as well in the top side from Krindle. Final chapter going to get put out. The explosive cast is actually going to put him closer to Franz here, but Jacob stealing so many tanky stats as well. TP coming in from LG Shock here, having to disengage from that part of the fight. Let's see what ults were burned. Explosive cast. Intervention is still up. Hero's Entrance is still up. And Dragon's Rage and Fear Beyond Death still up. But that's going to be Levi just barely surviving. And MSY in a little bit of trouble here.
This is the battle of the Smite.
LG Shock does take it away, but will the following team fight, will UPD be able to punish them for it? Lots of pursuing coming in from Mia, and Krindle gets another kill. But I think that's going to be the end of that team fight as UPD, despite losing the Ocean Drake, pivots this into a bot lane push.
Yeah, and even if nakuha ng ADMU, I think UPD still got at least one champion there. Is this the Sivir dead for the side of ADMU? This is huge.
And this is going to let them pivot so well into taking down these turrets.
Yeah, this is really bad for ADMU. Losing your AD carry, that's around 60% of your wave clear is just gonna reward UPD another turret. And right now, 7-12 is the kill score. The gold lead is
actually Baron's up right now.
6K. So let's see if kukunin ba nila ang Baron or will they secure another fight. I think if ADMU gets this Baron, it just might be the push that they need to make this Sivir more than relevant.
Yeah, because right now he is a huge chunk of their damage, but right now it's way too tough for them to try and take down Krindle before MSY himself gets taken down. And this Baron, whether they get the Baron itself or win the fight, it's going to be a huge turning point for LG Shock here. Baroned up minions with the support of MSY's Ricochets and Boomerang and Blades. It's going to be tough even for Corgi to clear. And they will have to take control of this Baron pit. This is
Julie, nice
Levi in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna get picked off. That's exactly what LG Shock needed. Jungler is down for 40 seconds.
That was beautiful.
What are they gonna do? Beautiful coming in for LG Shock. They still have to be careful. Lots of damage coming in from Krindle. Will they be able to take this Baron fast enough? This is a 5v4 situation. AUPD has to be extremely careful, but this can pay off quite well. Yobhel going in for the two-man taunt, but not enough. Krindle still at large here. He is going to intervention himself, going straight for Julie and MSY. Krindle on a rampage, and now Yobhel might get taken down as well. The Kale is down in France. He has his eyes on hopes and dreams. Julie helping him out as well. Flash over. Sonic Wave does connect, and he's gonna get taken down. But no, it's gonna be hopes and dreams taking down before. What a high
let's they turn around from this Baron. Di nila tinapos. Half HP na lang tong Baron na to. But look at this. A lot of damage coming in from the side of UPD. And Yobel with the ultimate sacrifice. Jesus Christ to a stopwatch. Flashes out. Does not die. And Krindle. Oh my. Crindle here just decimates everyone. And after that, yung Baron inatake na si Miyane and Hopes and Dreams. Yes, the Resonating Strike does land, but look at the damage coming in from this Ezreal. And then Yuumi boops him out of existence, and yun na yun, tapos na. So, na-distract ako doon, napindot ko yung spacebar ko, napanood ko bigla yung Twitch stream.
But the biggest takeaway from that is the Baron was denied. The Baron take was denied. So even with the win on the team fight there for LG Shock, I mean, that's good for them. Franz gets a lot of kills there. MSY gets a couple assists and is able to pick up the Executioner's Calling to cull the healing coming in for Crindle. But this Baron is still going to be a contentious point in this game. Like, even if ADMU won that team fight, it's still going to be a turning point for this game. And it's a roller coaster, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it is a roller coaster right now. In game 1 pa lang to ng best of 5 natin, Marco. This is gonna be a long fight. And even if sabihin natin ito yung Team A's ng Team B nila, I'm quite sure that the next teams incoming for both organizations will be great.
Oh man, definitely. Building up the organization, having a lot of the foundations, building up the foundations of organization is definitely important. We saw that with UST and FUIT last month, and we're going to be seeing how much this organization has developed their talent in this best of 5 relay. But of course, it's going to be the Ocean Drake. I think the point of contention for this one is
Julie.
Julie in a little bit of trouble together with that Yuumi, gonna get knocked up. Try and Dragon's Rage, the alley-oop onto Crindle here, but he is invulnerable, taking a lot of healing. But let's see, will they be able to weather the storm here from this fully scaled up Kale? Pop-Tart is gonna get taken down. Double kill goes to Crindle.
Oh no,
that is gonna be tough. 3 members down for ADMU, only 1 for UPD, and they have their eyes set. Not even on the Baron just yet.
Yeah, pero medyo corny na eh. Pag tinitignan mo, alam mo na nauubusin lang ng Kale. But looks like the Dragon will be still contested by MSY. The damage!
Brave taking so much damage. The snare, the shield just barely saving him. The Sonic Wave does not connect. MSY in a lot of trouble despite the stopwatch. And this is going to be kills plus an Ocean Soul for UPD. Will they pivot that into a Baron as well? Teleport.
They want
They want to take down the inhibitor, maybe even finish the game. 30 seconds on Julie, 10 seconds on Yobel and Franz. MSY, half a minute. I think this is their chance. They want to finish off this game as fast as possible. It is possible. Crindle fully scaled up. Hopes and Dreams with a Triforce. It seems like they're going straight towards coming in from Yobel. Will he be the hero as Franz shoots down the rest of UPD? He's taking a lot of damage to himself. Jacob stealing his tanky stats. He has to run away. Pop-Tarts is popped right there, and the Nexus gets destroyed by UPD, taking away the first game of this best of 5 relay.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful game coming in from UPD. Kung iisipin mo, that Kale pick was the most questionable pick nung Champion Select. But they proved us wrong. UPD played it out well. And credits to everyone in the UPD squad into making sure that Kale is taken care of. Because Kale is such a baby, level 1 to 6. Literal, anyone can.
I'm baby.
So, let's give credit then sa mga you carry the Kale early and Kale will carry the late game. But for ADMU, I think it was great effort. Julie's insect kick that almost secured them that Baron was the almost play for ADMU that could have won them the game. But of course, you can't stop scaling. Time is not your best friend when you're playing Lee Sin. So, UPD won that game 1. But Marco, do you have any other thoughts in this game 1 of our best of 5 series?
I give credit to LG Shock as well. Like, every time they were so close to taking down Crandall, which is like the centerpiece of the mid game late or of the late game for UPD. And every time they almost succeed, but they just get outmaneuvered just a little bit by Crandall, enough so that he survives and is able to impact the rest of the fight. And I think you have to give them credit for that at least. They played this as well as the situation could have called for. But,
yeah, and I think we will be going into a short break habang nagpre-prepare ang ating mga Team 2 ng ating mga organizations dito from ADMU and from UP. Again, ang nanalo for our game 1 would be Oblation Esports, which means up by 1 na ang UPD, and 2 more wins on their next 2 teams would secure them a sweep against ADMU. But I'm quite sure na hindi basta-basta magpapatalo ang ADMU. Abangan nyo ang ating mga next games ng AcadArena Rivalries. Again, kami ang mga naging casters nyo for this game 1 and for the rest of the games na rin sa series. My name is Suomi, and together with me is Hyron, at magbabalik kami after a quick break.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Drop it like it's hot, get the work in that. Working that, working that, working that, working that. Working that, working that, get the working that, working that. Working that, working that, working that, working that. Working that, working that, working that. Working that.
Drop it like it's hot.
Drop it like it's hot, get the work in that.
Come again.
This game 2. My name is Omin. Together with me is Hyron. Nanalo ang UPD in our game 1. Game 2, makabawi kaya ang ad mo ng isang sapa?
O nga, dito lang sa Sapakan sa Katipunan. I mean, AcadArena Rivalries. Of course, this is an Alliance exclusive event, and whoever wins this, whichever school org wins this, will get an exclusive skin giveaway. And of course, for everyone in our chat, when the live poll comes up for the game, vote, and if you guess correctly, you'll get a chance to win a skin code as well. But of course, coming from that previous game, Oblation Esports won it was pretty close in the mid game, and then the Kale just went out of control in the late game, allowing for a very decisive win after a very good after a very good fight around objectives.
Yeah, I would say that the game 1 for ADMU was a big story of almost tsaka mga muntikan. Muntikan nila mapatay yung Kale sa top lane. Muntikan nila mapatay yung Kale dun sa isang fight sa bot lane. Muntikan nila makuha yung Baron. Muntikan nilang... Ang daming muntik. You get what I mean? It's the almost play. They always...
subtle clown trick.
It's always pulled the trigger and the correct time, pero for some reason lagi silang minamalas ng konting-konti lang na hindi nila
It's not that they missed. UPD just dodged. I think is the right phrase for it.
Yeah,
But,
and you know the movement speed coming in from the Kale ult as well. I mean Kale heal, and not only that, as I remember, Miane bought the Shirelius Reverie as well. We all know that item is notorious for amping up the speed for your teammates as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so combined with all of that allows the Kale to just survive so much. But of course, that's game 1. We're moving on to game 2. Different teams now. It's going to be LG Esports Maya Incorporated versus Oblation Esports Retriever.
And this looks like a meme format. this in the
Erica only.
This looks like a meme format, but the bans are highly different, Marco.
Yeah,
going to the second game.
Set of players, and of course, AcadArena respect ban against Stan twice. That is not unexpected. He does play a lot of those assassin mages in the mid lane. AcadArena, LeBlanc. Sometimes he plays something like Lissandra, but that's basically his star pick here. So both banned against him, which is once again just out of respect. Varus being banned away against ADC is useless. Despite the nerfs onto full poke Varus, still very, very potent, and ADC is useless. Judging from the bans of a Retriever here, does not live up to his name.
Yeah, and as of now, we're looking at a lot of AD carry bans in the first banning phase of this game. Already, Aphelios, Varus, and Ezreal out of this game, and an Olaf as well. Going back to this Aphelios, grabe talaga Aphelios ngayon. The moment you get Bloodthirster, Death's Dance, and any damage item, to be honest, the healing is just unreal. I mean, nakita natin sa LEC, Inax with a 4v1 on the Aphelios just means it's possible.
Right? Compared to the people he was fighting. So played well and with the right item spikes. Aphelios definitely can't get out.
Y'all know this, that Chester is already feeling quite confident. A first rotation Vayne pick, blind pick. I mean, ewan ko I'm quite sure this isn't like yung Riven pick kanina. Hindi na to mali eh. How can you make a mistake in your first pick in this game? This is a Vayne lock-in. And then a Fiddlesticks coming in from LG Esports.
Fiddlesticks. Yeah, definitely. Not out of the ordinary for Paper Cups and Zlatan 98 to pick up these champions here. Fiddlesticks and Zach. These are two, I guess, signature champions of this Maya Incorporated jungler. Allows for such unconventional gang paths because of the range they can attack from.
And not only that, the damage coming in from Crowstorm is just unreal. Crowstorm is one of those ultimates that could change the landscape of any team fight the moment it lands on a lot of people. So ADMU, UPD has to stay careful. Kailangan maayos yung vision game nila and kailangan alam nila at all times kung nasaan ang Fiddlesticks. But it's gonna be a hard time for them, mainly because you have a Serath. You don't walk around when may Serath at Nautilus. At all ranges, they will be quite dangerous for you. And you have a Vayne AD carry, which is by far one of the shortest ranges, has the shortest range in all of the AD carries. Siguro ang kasama lang niya si Kog'Maw without the W. But looking at this Fiddlesticks, Marco, habang nasa second banning phase, I heard lang na kaya mo daw yung bosses ni Fiddlesticks.
What? Oh, Fiddlesticks? Yeah, I mean, I can't replicate it, but it's not that hard. Fiddlesticks is just a story.
Okay, Twitch chat, rate Hiron's Fiddlesticks voice, 1 to 10. 1 being like a terrible,
solid 4 out of 10, but
I would say it's a solid 7. It's a solid 7.
Fiora banned out here against Lesson Learned. It's not a non-standard ban. They're definitely threatening if they're trying to bring something that has a lot of presence in the top lane. Fiora could ruin UPD's plans here, and they're really trying to ban away champions from ADC is useless here. This AD carry is not what he seems.
Yeah, and let's just tell our viewers from Facebook over here, mas maganda yung quality ng stream natin sa Twitch. It's in 60 FPS, quite beautiful to watch. So lipat na muna kayo dito kung trip nyong manood dito sa Twitch stream natin. But of course, we're also looking at the stuff from Facebook. Sadyang may 2 streams lang tayo because we're bougie like that. Hashtag UPD wins na.
Bougie?
Yung hashtag UPD win na ang mga nagchat dito. Nasa na yung mga ADMU boys natin. It's about time to show your support. So we are on this middle of a second picking phase of this game. A Renekton pick coming in from UPD. At para sa LG Esports naman, a Kai'Sa response for the Vayne. This is the classic Vayne versus Kai'Sa duel.
Seems like the last pick here, is it gonna be the Nasus? Actually, when I was a lesson learned actually does play the Nasus here. I couldn't believe it. But if it is gonna be the Nasus Renekton top lane, it's the lore battle. It's the lore battle in the top lane here between Feng Yuan and Lesson Learned. And if they round it out with a Jarvan in the 4th, this is going to be a pretty solid balanced comp here for Oblation Esports. Meanwhile, LG Esports has a composition here that's threatening at all ranges, whether because Kai'Sa can join in from a very far range because of Killer Instinct. At up close, they have very powerful CC coming in from Nautilus, and Fiddlesticks good at most ranges as well. So this is going to be quite the fight we're going to be seeing between Maya Incorporated and Retriever, between these two school teams.
Yeah, and excited ako dun sa sa lore battle natin sa top lane. Nasus versus Renekton, classic I think it's one of the oldest lores as well in League of Legends. My girlfriend actually bought me yung book ng League of Legends. It's a fun read, and everything on the website is a fun read as well. I really do love the lore of League of Legends. And Nasus and Renekton, one of the oldest lores. In update nila as far as I know, but it's still the same dynamic. Nasus protects some kind of tomb, and parang si Renekton yung that came out of it insane. Yeah, I mean, classic yung ganong dynamic yung magkapatid na yung isa magiging masama. Something like that.
Cain and Abel started a trend, huh?
Sorry, what?
Cain and Abel.
The Bible? Why are you mentioning the Bible?
Bruh, I'm actually a what is that? I forgot what I was gonna say there. Yeah, there we go. A secret Jesuit. I may be from UPD, but bam, I'm actually from ADMU. Secret Jesuit in the house.
Jesuit ba? Hindi ko maalala ko anong klaseng priest yung nasa UST eh. So I really forgot. You know what? I'm a bad student. I'm already graduated. I don't know anymore. I forgot. It's out of my head. But going back to this game, LG Esports need to come back. They're gonna force their third team, if ever, into a very uncomfortable situation if they lose this game. Imagine kung ikaw yung third team ng LG tapos 0-2 na. Parang ikaw na yung may hawak. If ever makalagpas pa sila.
So, malaki ng pressure sa'yo.
That's a lot of pressure. And I assure you guys, not a lot of players are good with pressure.
Right. So, of course, Lol Neep in the chat here, giving you the details for the giveaway. Of course, hashtag OBE win or hashtag LG win. And whoever guesses right has a chance of getting those skin codes. So, yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see how this plays out here. I'm really liking LG Esports comp here. Even though I do think that Retrievers comp is is a lot more well-rounded, Maya Inks is definitely the more interesting of the two compositions. But it is going to be hype seeing Chester on that vein here, which they did blind pick in the first set of picks.
Great analysis, bro. But I'm getting distracted by the pictures in front of me. This feels like this. I feel like a girl in the club, and Paper Cups is introducing his shy friend to me. Hey, look at this boy.
Only not making eye contact.
Playing it cool.
Role playing. Womi.
For the viewers over here, ano bang caption na iisip niyo dito? Let's caption. Paper Cups looks to be one of it looks to be the outgoing friend. Tapos si Erica only medyo nahihiya pa.
What is this Womi situation role play? Womi role play.
It's my fanfic. I'm a literature major. I'm gonna make a yaoi fanfic between UPD and Oblation. And ADMU. Wait for it,
man. Is this on top of your usual day job?
Oh, let's not talk about that here. I don't think it's a proper medium to talk about it.
Not like this. But yeah. Yeah, if you have any caption ideas for those picks they use for Paper Cups and Erica only, say them in the chat. But we're just waiting for the game to load in onto our game 2 of this best of 5 relay series between LG Esports from ADMU and Oblation Esports from UPD. So
yeah, I'm really excited to see kung anong mangyayari dito sa game 2. And I'm quite happy to see yung Twitch chat din natin. Very active sila. And we're actually I'm actually reading the chat while watching the game na ikakas namin. Dual monitor setup really do be a blessing.
Check your privilege, sir. I have to
check your privilege.
This is my alt-tabbing. I have to alt-tab between my Google Chrome and my Discord to check the
boy. Normally, I wouldn't have 2 monitors, but because my office setup
was
sent to me.
Wow.
Now I have
employment.
2 monitors. That's not privilege. That's just sheer luck.
So you're a wagey. You're a wage cuck. But of course, we have finally loaded into our second game here between ADMU's May Incorporated and UPD Oblation Esports' Retriever. Into our second game, ADMU needs to win this to get the momentum back in their favor, because if they lose this, their backs will be to the wall.
To the window.
To the
To the
wall.
wall.
What's happening?
I'm quite confused as well. But both teams will be starting quite defensively in this game. But look at lesson learned with the Sapphire Crystal. And Sapphire Crystal start in that top lane. Talagang fa-farman lang niya dito si Fang
Against
Yuan.
Renekton, though, that's gonna be it's gonna be quite a tough. If he doesn't play this right, he's very prone to getting abused by this Renekton, starting with that Mana Crystal.
Yeah, and speaking of Conqueror versus Spread, wait a minute. Why does Nasus have Predator? Is this a new meta?
Maybe. I mean, he needs to stick. I mean, with the changes to Predator, yeah, it's not as bad for laners like Nasus that don't have like a good gap closer, and also because before Predator, you couldn't use Predator until like 2 or 3 minutes in the game. Now the cooldown's been lowered, while the damage has been lowered. There's way more uptime with how you can use Predator. So I don't see it as out of. I can see Nasus getting Predator here so that he can stick better to targets.
Yeah, and I think it's also a good tool to go back to lane if you're still playing defensively. But look at this, Sixes already half on HP and it's still going at it. Ignite already burning Boyf over here, and ADC's useless. Is trying to find a way to kite around, but they finally do the switcheroo, and both laners are safe.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's still going to be a lot of damage here for ADC's useless, especially on a support that doesn't have shields, doesn't have heals, has to rely just on the pots that are getting. It seems like Chester and Boyf are looking good in this bot lane, but of course this is still just like level 1, level 2. Actually, they haven't even reached level 2. So this will set the stage for the rest, for the following minutes in the laning phase though, and we'll have to see, since Erika only and Zlatan are on the opposite side of the map here, it seems like the focus might be more on the mid lane or the top lane.
Yeah, and look at this. Fang Yuan just trying to zone out lesson learned as of now. And I like how this Nasus is playing. Nire-respeto niya na kaya talaga siyang talunin in a trade. But look, a stun will land on the Seraph, and in the mid lane, a lot of damage will fall down on Paper Cups, but already on half HP. Both mid laners, rather, are on half HP. I think the trading here will be quite intense, given that Seraph has this big range. And look at this. The stun, the auto attack, and he walks away. The potion is still available for this Nasus, but he will lose a lot of pressure. But the minions will be barging into his turret a little bit, in a little bit of minutes.
Actually, lots of attention onto this top side. They really want to make sure that this Nasus feels the pressure, not only from the Renekton, from the presence of the Jarvan as well, and perhaps even from Stan twice. But he has to be careful here, because if Paper Cups is left alone in this mid lane, that does open up a lot more possibilities for this Seraph.
Yeah, and not only that, I think they would want this Nasus to, una, not scale in the late game. We all know what Nasus could do in the late game, but also give Fang Yuan enough gold to carry team fights, because Renekton is one of those versatile champions, can build Bork, can build Tiamat, depende ko anong kailangan niya. But I'm more of a Bork fan on this Renekton, given na on this scenario nahahabulin mo most of the time si Nasus and masuslow ka pa ng Wither. Having that Bork will be a great tool to fight, but looks like ADC's users will be condemned to the air only to end that trade. I think nobody won that trade, but ADC's useless is not having it right now. Already half HP, and there will be a pause called.
Yeah,
that's
what we were talking about earlier, right? Like that first level 1, that initial fight at level 1 definitely will set the stage for the rest of the laning phase until one side goes for the recall. Because it's definitely tough losing that much HP with a support that doesn't really protect you directly. And look at that, just the sheer poke from the Soul Flares is...
Oh no, this is dangerous.
Doesn't actually get snared by the...
Yeah, that was super sad. If Six is just
snared, I think that would have been a kill, even with a heal.
Yeah, that could have been a kill. But let's just say that they're playing it safe. They're just making sure. And in the top lane, Fang Yuan with a great call of the Meek. But the lifesteal coming in from the passive of Nasus is just keeping him alive. And if I look at his runes right now, I'm not quite sure kung anong secondary niya. Hindi ko nakikita sa ating interface. But he might be running Biscuit. I think it's a standard for laners who are babies before level 6 or late game to run Biscuit.
Yeah. But so far, despite the disfavored matchup here for Lesson Learned, he has been matching the CS for the Renekton, and he is able to get a pretty good back here to spend his gold, get a Sheen, get a better fighting chance against Fang Yuan, and in this mid lane, stand twice by the way, and Paper Cups juking it out. They are running out of mana despite their Doran's ring, so I think at this point they'll either want to get a chance to go back and buy. But Erica only might be changing that.
Erica only already hovering in the mid lane. Mukhang gusto niyang makakuha ng isa dito sa Serath, but Serath is playing it quite safe, and mukhang makikita dito ang dalawang jungler. Tatakutin ni Fiddlestick, sasampalin ng Scythe, and the Electrocute will be there. Erica only forced to run away, doesn't want to waste that flag and drag on the Fiddlesticks.
Has to be very, very careful here, because if you commit to a Fiddlesticks after you've used your CC, that's
let me hold your thought over there. Boyf looking to be in trouble, but Vayne is free hitting on the AD carry, but we'll go to the mid lane. Anyways, that's a quick kill for Stan twice. Tignan na lang natin kung ano mangyari sa replay.
No, we're gonna have to see here. Okay. I think what happened though there was Erica only did go for the he has learned Brenda's Splash there, so probably did the flag and dragon to the flash there to get the quick knock up onto Paper. Oh, here's the replay. So yeah, Paper Cups and Stand Twice recovering about half their mana here, and they are initiating a fight, which does telegraph that someone's on their way. So yeah, he does get knocked up pretty quickly there by the Jarvan, resulting into an easy kill. Even if you have barrier or flash, if you get CC'd for that long, against the early game damage of the Jarvan and the Syndra, there's definitely no escape from that. So that's a quick first blood, and will definitely help out UPD in continuing this early game momentum from Erica only.
Yeah, and we will be going back to our caster cam lobby dahil nag-pause na naman. I think one of the players for UPD, the Karma, is having problems with his internet, and of course to keep the integrity of the games, we have to pause at the right moments to make sure na walang mag-give away na kill when hindi naman dapat. So going back to this game, Nasus just getting his minions, getting his stacks here underneath the turret, and Fang Yuan is yet to land a kill on this Nasus, but the 20 CS gap is quite huge.
Yeah, that's going to be growing. But if Maya Inc. can relieve some pressure off of Lesson Learned, or if Lesson Learned can just continue playing as he does, like as long as he's not getting killed by Fang Yuan, that should be fine for him. Like this CS disparity is expected of this lane, so we are at par or on par with what is expected in this lane matchup. And as long as he can continue consistently getting stacks, even if he does miss a couple minions here and there, it should be fine. But here in this bot side of the map here, lots of things coming on to the Drake. The Mountain Drake is going to be the target of here. I don't think ADMU has the capacity to respond to this, seeing as Lesson Learned is really getting pressured in this top side.
Yeah, that was a great dragon take coming in from UPD. They knew that they had lane priority. They knew that if they took it quickly, yung walang hesitation talaga, dumiretso na lang sila, sinimulan nila, it would be too quick bago pa makapag-respond yung ADMU. So great shot calling coming in from UPD over here. And they already have a 1k gold lead against ADMU right now. But I think that 1k gold lead is generated because of the CS gap in the top lane.
Yeah, mostly on Lesson Learned there. So he might need a couple of a little bit of help there on top to relieve some of that pressure here. Because if he maintains a 20 CS gap like a flat 20 CS gap, that's okay. But he's
Oh,
gonna be
but look at this. ADC is useless. Will be snared. No invisibility. Condemn. Flash. It's like an insect coming in from Vayne as Erica only will trap him inside the Cataclysm. But in the mid lane, look at this. It's going to be a kill on Stan twice. But Paper Cups will be dead as well. And there to Zlatan 98. On the top lane, Dominus versus Right of the Stands. The fight of the centuries. The fight of the ages. Sampalan dito. Fang Yuan versus Lesson Learned. The battle of the giants. At mukhang wala pang masastan. But the flash burn coming in from the Fiddlesticks as they finish off the Renekton. The Nasus will stand strong.
Flash Fear, just to save his doggo friend, is going to be able to get a kill onto Fang Yuan, and he did pretty good surviving for that long, stalling so that Dare to Zlatan could help him out in the top side. And now this Fiddlesticks is looking to be quite a big threat here, not only with his CC, but with the 2 kills under his belt. He's definitely going to be able to get a bit of damage on his side here.
Yeah, but look at this. Renekton teleporting in the top lane, immediately putting a ward on the Rift Herald. That's a good maneuver. I would say that it's quite a simple task to do, but putting an early ward on the Rift Herald is a big thing. You don't want the Rift Herald to be taken around less than 13 minutes or less than 14. Actually, less than 14 minutes, because not only will it give away plates, but they could take a second Rift Herald as well. And that's huge in the early game. And making sure that it's either negated or walang makakakuha is a big thing in prolonging this game. Again, your AD carry is a Vayne. The enemy AD carry is a Kai'Sa. Yes, magkakasabay sila ng Spike. But Vayne, on the other hand, needs more items to be effective.
Yeah, and they definitely do have the stall. And all of their early game tools there, the pressure from Erica only, the potential power in mid game and early game from that Renekton, is all has to be geared into ensuring that Chester is able to scale up. The main threats coming in from ADMU, though, is going to be
this might be dangerous for Nasus, though. The Wither is called in the Rite of Sands as well. The Cataclysm will trap him in, and this is a 3v1. Goodbye, Susan. Uwi ka muna, as Erica only will get a kill.
Oh, but response in the bot lane, though.
Oh no, Chester looks to be in trouble. The Fiddlesticks damage is just too real, as the Kai'Sa will pick up a kill. And that's 0-1. And looks like that's 1. That's 2. Benga, kinuha ni Fiddlesticks. That's like, imbis na 3-point shot, naging alley-oop, kinuha. Masushoot na kinuha pa.
Man, kill secured, by the way. But this does allow ADMU to get a lot more plates over UPD here. And yeah, it's gonna be a short pause. But yeah, I think in the end there, ADMU got the upper hand. It's a 1-for-1 across the map. It's a 1-for-1 across the map. Plus, they are able to get a couple plates in. Meanwhile, in the top side, they were only just able to kill and maybe get 1 plate. But it's nothing compared to what ADMU got. So yeah, short pause there. The clock is such a lie. Like my life. I think.
Oh no.
I think Metanoia Pod needs to.
You know what?
Be a therapist.
We also need to make mention of another lie. Philippines has no money. JK, let's not all go. But we are going back on this game. Oblation Esports up by 1 game versus LG Esports. If LG wins this game, matatay na nila ng 1-1, and that means LG Shock could find its way to a redemption game after losing game 1.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the turning. Because game 2 basically is when you play catch up in a best of 5, and game 3 is the turning point for any best of 5, no matter if it's 0-2 or if it's a 1-1 before that game 3. So yeah, I think no matter what the result is for this game 2, the third teams, LG Frost and UPD Husky, will have a lot of pressure to perform in the third game. So it's gonna be this is why I like this best of 5 relay format. It's definitely also a game, like, before the games even start, knowing the placements of your team is definitely a strategic point as well. And wow, I'm super excited to see how all of this plays out. Not just because I am from the same school as one of the teams, but yeah,
Okay, let's talk about the trash talk over here. Simula po. Alam mo, sige, punta tayo ngayon sa Esports AcadArena page.
which
So,
is
Esports AcadArena page, facebook.com/AcadArenaPH. Punta ako dito ngayon sa photos part. Ito, sabi ni Yubel, sabi niya, thank you pala sa mga organizers ng tournament for giving me the chance to play against my friends. Really takes me back dati na magkakasama kami naglalaro. Ngayon, dudurugin na sila. I don't think that this aged well.
Especially considering how game one, and I mean it was still pretty close. Yobel pulled through a lot of times in that game, but in the end, UPD did win that first game. We're gonna have to see though how the rest of the series plays out. Maybe if it reaches game 4, it's gonna be lesson learned though, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it looks like the Jarvan will be able to slow this Nasus. No right of stance is available. Will he delay his death? No, he won't. As the red team will get the first turn, and not only that, get the kill as well in the top lane. And that was a trade won by ADMU. I know, by UPD rather. Getting kill on lesson learned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely unfortunate. While it is expected that a Nasus will be pressured heavily, maybe even get half the CS of a Renekton, getting kills is not, and getting dove or even pushed out of your own turret is not something that you want to see on that Nasus. It's just going to delay his spike even more, going to accelerate Feng Yuan's ability to influence the rest of the map, especially that this top lane turret has been taken down. It's going to be quite tough here for ADMU. Even though they still have, they're there to.
Oh no! Sixes burns the flash to survive that cataclysm. But look at this, a lot of damage. Not actually, just 2 auto attacks landing on this Kai'Sa.
Mm-hmm. But it seems like the Drake will be the point of contention here. Infernal Drake could potentially go to UPD once again. It seems like UPD's training across all of their teams here is to focus really a lot on that on those jungle objectives.
Oh, but look at this, Sixes no, if the Jarvan will secure the dragon, the ultimate will be burned on the Syndra, and Syndra looks to be in trouble as the Cloud wins. Oh no! I am quite confused on what's happening. There are action around the map, and looks like this is ADC's just flashing out, and the Fiddlesticks just in time. He will save the life of his AD carries. Erica only will be forced to run away, and Sixes right now just zoning out the whole team. And that was a fight won by UPD, but let's get a quick digest of what happened.
They do secure the Drake here, but that does leave them so open for the initiation coming in from Sixes. And now that they've split their enemies into 2 here, Stantwise is isolated and is easy pickings for the rest of ADMU. But of course, Erica only surviving with a sliver of health with the help of Boy. Still, it's an Infernal Drake for UPD and 2 kills for ADMU. Time, basically, and of course, they get the initiative here since they won the fight to get possibly another a turn.
Oh no, here comes the Bork, plus the Dominus, the Flash, the Slice and Dice, the Stun, the Call of the Meek won't be able to finish him up. Just now, one more Q or the Stun will land coming in from Paper Cups, is kiting away, and the slow will be there for Karma. He will be still chasing this, but the Aftershock will provide a little bit of protection for Sixes, and this is Fang Yuan failing to get a kill after burning so much.
Yeah, relentless chase onto that Syndra there, but of course correct timing on the Scatter the Weeks, and the response there from Six is able to help him survive. But that's still scary, like that 0, 1, and 2, but ahead in lane, Renekton chasing you down, and all you have to hope for is the cooldowns on your CC. It's definitely a scary sight, and this is opening up a lot of options here for UPD.
Pero,
yeah.
Kamustahin naman natin si Susan. Nakakailang stacks na ba si Susan? Hindi wala kasi tayong checker dito, Nasus stack check. Wala pa tayong stack check dito, but I feel like 15 minutes from now he should be at around 200 stacks given that he has 81 CS or maybe 180.
Yeah, but 15 minutes from now is quite a long time. 30 minutes. If UPD, of course, that's also better for ADMU in the sense that they want Chester to be able to scale up before they go all in on these fights. And that does give this Nasus a little bit of leeway. But if UPD accelerates the power spikes of this Vayne, with constant aggression, constant rotations around the map, led by Erica only. It's going to be extremely tough for them to make value out of this Nasus.
Yeah, and not only will it be tough, but looks like in the mid lane, the Cataclysm, no flash for Paper Cups. He is forced to fight it out with the Jarvan as the stun will land for the Syndra. This is an auto kill. Pero nasan kaya ang kill? Ayun na nga, Erika only makukuha ang Rampage as Fang Yuan will be fighting in a 2v1. Will he get a kill? The fear will be enough as Dare to Slap na 98 will get the kill. It's a 4-0-2 Fiddlesticks. This is turning out to be quite scary.
Yeah, extremely scary there. I was really thinking that Fang Yuan could get the kill, but with the delaying from the stopwatch and the little bit of damage from the right now 177 stack, around that number on this Nasus, it's actually more than what we expected at 17 minutes with this amount of CS disparity. But yeah, very good play there by Zlatan to delay as much as possible so that Fang Yuan could not kill either Lesson Learned or Zlatan.
But both junglers are doing great in this fight.
Definitely.
Nakita naman natin kanina, before that fight in the top lane na nakapatay si Fiddlesticks ng Renekton. In the mid lane, that was a great call. A Cataclysm, landing Cataclysm on a flashless Seraph will always result to a kill. It's never, walang universe na kung flashless ang Sera tapos na Cataclysm tapos may kasama yung Jarvan, hindi no, it's impossible. Jarvan is one of the best junglers for a reason. Any flashless carry without an innate dash will just be bonus kills. They're literally trapped in a circle. What could they do?
Yeah, nothing much. Unless they have like the support of the rest of their team, it's really not possible. And that's why this Seraph, it is a very comfortable champion here for Paper Cups, but he has to be less liberal about that flash, considering that Erica only can just trap him in that Cataclysm. So yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Paper Cups. But as long as he just stays back, he's the privilege of range here, which could mean that he is out of range of the normal engagement from Erica only. If he is able to position himself well, he may be able to influence his team fights without being in threat range of Erica only or Stand Twice. And
yeah, but
really
look at the Fiddlesticks though. 4-0-2 already with the Zhonya's Hourglass and the upgraded Smite item 18 minutes in. I don't think starting a dragon right now would be the smartest idea if you don't know where the Fiddlesticks is. I think the best call here is if ever gusto talaga nila yung dragon, pull it away. And just pray to God that you find the Fiddlesticks before he finds you.
Yeah, and it seems like they are trying to pull it away. This is delaying the dragon take a lot more and allowing ADMU to get a lot of vision control around the surrounding environs of the dragon. And this is going to be quite an important fight here. Both teleports up for top laners. Might not even
Crossbar here on the Syndra, and he's forced to flash out. The cleanse is there for the Vayne, but he doesn't cleanse away. The Nasus ultim is there as well. The Wither will be finding the Vayne, and the Vayne will be kiting it out. Naging stack na siya kay Susan. Double kill mo pupunta dito kay Syndra, and the Seraph is running away habang dinuduraan pa siya ng Dragon. Medyo binastos siya ng Cloud Drake doon as UPD will be finding kill after kill, pero dalawa na lang natitira sa kanila. Fang Yuan low on HP, masuslow. Gagawin ba siyang stack? Hindi. The steal will be there. A quadra kill for Stand Twice tayo dito, and it's gonna be an ace. Here's the replay of what happened.
Here's where it all went wrong. They have a very good Crow Storm, right? Coming in, or precision for a Crow Storm. So he's gonna start channeling it, but he immediately gets taken down. He wasn't even able to use his Zhonya's there. But that's really where it all went wrong here for ADMU. After that, they were scattered. The fight was scattered. They were split apart. And the rest of UPD was able to just tear them apart since they weren't able to break the formations of UPD. And after that, it's gonna be a quadra kill for that Syndra. I think at that point.
Oh wait, let me hold your thought over here. The Serath ult is called, and looks like Boyf will be running down to his death, and the Jarvan will be securing the third dragon for UPD. He will be trying to walk away, but the hook, will it be there? It will land on the correct target, but Stand Twice with the ultimate just pops down that Nautilus, and Wow, that was just a great secure coming in from UPD. Third Drake already on their side.
However, they do lose 3 of their members' lives in that exchange. But I think that's worth it. Getting one step closer to that Cloud Soul, and it's going to be extremely useful. They're actually, wow, the balls on display here coming from Mea Inc. to try and go for this Baron.
You mean the Syndra balls, right? Yeah. Well, Baron right now quite ballsy, and Fang Yuan will be slowed down. The Predator is there for the Nasus, and he locks it down with an armor penetration circle as well. Foxfire, Spirit Fire rather, and looks like the Fiddlesticks will deal too much damage to take. His boy will be going down. 3 people alive. Actually, no, 4 people are alive for UPD, and looks like Syndra will be caught. That's a snare. That's a stun. Will it be enough to give him a kill? That's gonna be one ultimate, a shutdown for a shutdown. A stand twice will be killing the ADC in his own death.
That's a 2 for 2, but we have to remember here that the jungler is the one taken down for ADMU. Meanwhile, Erica only is still at large for UPD. Though, with Paper Cups alive, I don't think trying to take this Baron away from ADMU is the right choice, and they do correctly back away from it, fearing the intervention from that Serath. So,
oh no, intervention, war flashbacks for ADMU fans.
but yeah, 2 for 2 in the end there for ADMU. This is looking to be a pretty close game, even though UPD is in lead in the gold, has 3 Drakes over ADMU. They have to respect the amount of power that ADMU can bring out, the CC and the AoE damage that this Fiddlesticks can put out. And of course, since 4, 3, and 2 on this Kai'Sa, they can't ignore that either. So there's multiple threats on the side of ADMU that they have to take care of. And the longer the game goes, the Nasus is going to get stronger.
Have you been working on your Chinese? The way you said CC was quite Asian.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think you're getting ready for the unpredictable future. I would
what
say.
What do you mean? How did I say it? I said it.
I can't replicate it. I don't know how to say
it.
Did
I say like just it? I'm pretty sure I didn't say it like that.
Bro, yeah. Going back to this game, we are having another pause. Bad times for Boyf, but good times for UPD. As they're taking the lead as of now, 3 Drakes to none. And it's a 1-4-0. So kung 2-0 nila to, talagang nakaka-pressure para sa third team ng LG Esports. But will they mount a comeback if ever that happens? Or ihahalt na ba ng LG Esports ang rising tension na napupunta sa kanila by taking the win right now? It's still anybody's game, but Fang Yuan and his gang has been showing up in the current fights, and Renekton really great in engaging and finding those priority targets.
I have to fixate on the ihahal. That's you'd fit right in Katipunan, my dude. But yeah, this is definitely a contention point in the game here for LG Esports and Oblation Esports, because it's definitely still anyone's game. But Retriever is looking to have the momentum and I think a higher chance of winning this game because how they've been playing the objectives, how they've been playing the map, and I think that's really the trend here for these UPD teams, that they focus on the bigger picture in these games. But that's not to say that Mea Inc. is not in the macro as well, because they've been trying to make very good movements with their junglers in the past.
Pero wait lang. Tandaan natin na kanina sinabi ko na yung coach ng Oblation Esports is a championship-winning coach. Si Red. Pero yung dati niyang player sa championship-winning roster niya, coach ng LG ngayon. So i-bring back natin ang ating trash talk post going back to Esports AcadArena page. Sabi ng coach ng LG na si UPD Ferzerk, former UPD Ferzerk. Sabi nga niya, if you love 2 people at the same time, choose the second. Because if you really love the first one, you wouldn't have fallen for the second. So may anong nangyari sa UPD Ferzerk. It's like, alam mo yung scene sa Tokyo Ghoul, yung nakaupo si Kaneki, tapos niyayakap siya ng ghoul side niya. Para inisipin mo si Ferzerk, nakaupo siya dun. Tapos niyayakap siya ng nakasablay na Ferzerk. Tapos, use me. You need LG to win,
What a weeb. What a weeb.
we've been casting for quite some time. We had our fair share of anime references, but right now I think it's gonna be very anime for LG to start the comeback. They're one dragon behind from the Soul, but only 2K behind, which means it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, and ADMU just has to play this like way more carefully because their composition has a smaller margin of error than UPD's comp. Because, like I said, I think UPD's comp is way more well-rounded here. But ADMU, I think, if they get the peak of their power is definitely higher. They have the Nasus, they have the Kaisa, Fiddlesticks as well is super scary, and they just have like solid CC there from the Fiddlesticks and from the Nautilus. So if they go deep, it's gonna be very hard for UPD to deal with this if ADMU is able to play this composition correctly.
Yeah, and Fiddlesticks right now acting like a ward. It's not a real Fiddlestick. Wait, it's the real Fiddlesticks. I'm quite sure it was the real Fiddlesticks. So he just stood there. Maybe nag-uusap pa sila ng comms. But going back to this game, 24 minutes in, the goal lead is not that significant and it's 14-14. It's still anybody's game. So kung ADMU fan ka, yung tatlong Drake na yan, tignan nyo na lang. Huwag nyo na lang tignan. Sabihin na, I pretend I do not see.
Bruh.
Huwag nyo na lang tignan. Tatlong Drake lang naman yun eh. Tamo, kinukuha na ng UPD yung pang-apat. Huwag nyo na lang tignan.
Oh my god. It's a bro moment right there.
Yeah, but look at this. Looks like Fang Yuan just found himself in a bro moment with the Kaisa. And look at this. ADC is useless. The dragon is up. He has no time to heal. Fang Yuan with a big plays.
Big what?
Big plays.
Big play.
Just big plays.
It's gonna be Cloud Soul if ADMU lets UPD take this away from them. It's gonna be super tough for them if they let them take this, and I think ADMU's looking to try.
Oh no, the Fiddlesticks will be steal. No, the Smite will be secured by the Jarvan, and the Fiddlesticks will be immediately decimated. The Fury of the Sands won't be enough. A stand twice will be killing lesson learned, and that was a clean 2 for none, plus the Dragon Soul for UPD. Things are looking bleak for ADMU, and they're looking at the Baron.
Oh, that is going to be clean. If this is the Cloud Soul, of course, gives them so much momentum later in this game, but if they get this Baron, they could potentially close this out after they back and reset. And ADMU's going to have a super tough time here.
0-4-5 pero panalo ka. ADC diff. But look at this. Sarah trying to steal a little bit of the damage, but Sixes will be tanking it. He tanks it like a champion. Hindi siya mamamatay sa ulti ng Syndra, but it's gonna be the Baron for UPD. The question remains, anong gagawin nila with this Baron buff? Will they end this game?
Hey, that's definitely a possibility here. They have a lot of ways to just clear these waves, constantly put them into siege. Of course, Vayne, not the ideal AD carry if you want to close out the game with a slow and steady push. But if they can get a really good dive, they have a lot of dive potential here with Fungyun and Erika only. And if they can keep the damage up for Chester, it's going to be extremely tough here for ADMU to try and get out of this situation. It was close earlier, but now it's going to be very difficult for Maya Inc. to try and take this back, especially since they were outmaneuvered in the Cloud Drake pit.
Yeah, and not only that, Nasus hasn't been scaling quite well. Parang hindi niya na-achieve yung expectations natin of one pop Nasus. He's 1-4-2 right now. Hindi pa tapos yung Frozen Heart niya, and it looks like he's transferring into what could be a Thornmail, but I don't even think that's a good build in this game. So I hope he goes with the Frozen Heart. Kasi na yung Ruby Crystal, it puts me off. Yeah. You need the ultimate coming in from Fiddlesticks though. In the mid lane, may mamamatay ba dito? Hindi mamamatay ang target niya. But that's the hook landing on Erika only, as Erika only will trap 2. That's a beautiful Cataclysm, and that's Erika only taking a kill on Paper Cups. The flash is burnt for Sixes. A stand twice will be dealing a lot of damage. The Nasus is already in the backside. At mukhang mapapaflash na siya palayo. And it's already UPD's fight at this point 2 people down, and they might be sieging for the inhibitors.
Yeah, and they are, and this top laner is also pivoting onto the top side of the map, applying more pressure onto the turrets of ADMU. This is looking very, very bad for this composition here. They've missed one too many times with this comp, and they're paying the price as UPD is just starting to snowball and steamroll ADMU at this point.
Okay, may bago tayong giveaway. Wala kayong mapapanalunan sa giveaway na to. Magkakakill ba si Chester in this game? It's a yes or no thing. Hashtag 1 kill Chester. Hashtag no kills Chester. Hashtag EDC diff. 0-4.
Ruthless does get solo killed by Fangyon there, despite being so initially low on health. This is going to be the right of the Arcane from Paper Cups to try and get a sneaky kill onto Stan twice, but they are slowly tearing down the turrets. The Nexus turrets teleport coming in from Fangyon, back at it again, and he is going to take down this Nexus along with the rest of UPD Retriever, trying to get a couple of cheeky kills behind the Nexus, but no! It is going to be ADMU 0-2 as UPD takes away the second win of this best of 5 relay.
Yeah, and not only the second win, but I think this is the first time na meron tayong nakitang Vayne na 0-4-6 na nanalo in a competitive game. So kudos to UPD for producing the first ever feed to win Vayne.
MVP
alert! We need a whole montage of that 0-4-6 Vayne. That's gonna be the highlight of this game for us. I mean, whatever works, right? UPD still won, his team still won, and I just baka hindi lang napunta sa kanya yung kills.
I mean, he has 6 assists. That's something. And I just have to comment, like, both junglers did pretty well in that game, but in the end, just the coordination from UPD, where they choose to attack. Sometimes UPD overstays their welcome after an objective, but it was not enough for LG to get back in the game and take back the lead from UPD.
Yeah, I mean, LG Esports had their moments. The great engages coming in from the Fiddlesticks, and Fiddlesticks almost, ito na naman almost, muntikan mag-snowball. So, I hope next game, masettle na ng ng ADMU, yung mga almost moments nila, and actually cash in on those moments and pull through. Because yung mga almost moment is not gonna secure you a win. You need to finish what you start. Again, this has been game 2, at para sa sacrifice of the day natin, let's all honor Chester with the hashtag Salamat Chester for his 0-4-6 feed to win game. Hashtag Salamat Chester. Again, we have been your casters for game 2. Magbabalik kami ng game 3. My name is Uomin. Together with me is Hyron. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Damn it, I did my signature salute even though there was no camera.
Same.
Bruh. Salamat, Chester.
Salamat, Chester.
Hold on, let me get my taho.
Taho ang puta.
Dreams and you ain't got no underwear. I'll take control, let me lead like bachata. Swear you'll feel it in your body 20 days after. I'm better with the stage tonight. Pretty girls hit me up side by side. I'll drop the hottest vibe. You're the only one that I really want hide. Baby steps and trying to pressure you, yeah. But I can't wait until the pressure makes you red. You think this song is about you, then damn, you're right. Even if Charlie's just packed up naked tonight. One day we'll get lost between our hearts. One day we'll get lost, feeling home. One day we'll get lost between our hearts. One day we'll get lost, feeling home.
It's 8 p.m. and we see sunshine. No room for darkness left in our lives. And we've been drinking by the coastside. And we've been sitting across the skyline. So if we take it slow, we can go all night long. And if we move too fast, me and you will find our way home. And we've been drinking by the coastside, and we've been sitting across the skyline. And we be staying out till sunrise, all through the summer days of our lives. So if we take it slow, so if we take it slow, and if we take it slow, so if we take it slow, so if we take it slow, we can go all night long. And if we move too fast, me and you will find our way home. It's 8 p.m. and we see sunshine. No room for darkness left in our lives. And we've been drinking by the coastside. And we've been sitting across the skyline. So if we take it slow, we can go all night long. And if we move too fast, me and you will find our way home. And we've been drinking by the coastside, and we've been sitting across the skyline. And we be staying out till sunrise, all through the summer days of our lives. So if we take it slow, so if we take it slow, and if we take it slow, so if we take it slow, so if we take it slow, we can go all night long. And if we move too fast, me and you will find our way home. saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, you're calling my phone. I'm being patient, but I'm all alone. Staying faithful, and I'll never know when you're coming back around. 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 You've got me all in my feelings, like I could die without you next to me. It's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. Ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, you're calling my phone. I'm being patient, but I'm all alone. Staying faithful, and I'll never know when you're coming back around. When you're coming back around. When you're coming back around. When you're coming back around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is still AcadArena rivalries between LG Esports from Ateneo de Manila University and Oblation Esports from University of the Philippines, Diliman, and we'll be your shoutcasters for this third game. I am Hyron, and with me is Uomi.
At nagbabalik na nga tayo. It's LG Frost versus Husky on our third game. Ito na nga yung sinasabi natin. High stakes for LG right now. LG Frost has to bring their team, their whole organization back in this game by winning this third game. If they don't, it's going to be a clean sweep for UPD, and this just marks that Oblation Esports is back in collegiate esports.
Back at it again.
Back at it again. Old champions, new people, same system, but let's just wait. Baka may ilalabas pa ang LG because as we all know, LG is, I would say, one of those teams in the high middle rankings of power in collegiate. High mid. Like, they're still growing. Their potential is way up there, but they're still growing into it. They have the proper system, the proper org, support from Alliance, support from Esports AcadArena. And I think that's a big, I think that's a huge thing to think of. Yung mga players nila, they're not that old. In fact, they're super young, but able to play into a very high-pressure game like this one. And nakakalaro sila against other teams as well. And they're still growing. And I think that's, yun yung pinaka dapat tignan in this organization. Yes, they're 0-2 right now, but let's see. Baka mabalik pa talaga nila. Let's hope that LG Frost can bring back the vitality of LG Esports.
Yeah, definitely. And I think especially with these alliance exclusive matches like AcadArena rivalries, being able to be being exposed to many other teams from different schools in this kind of relay format definitely helps with their experience against different types of teams. But of course, let's get into our pick and ban phase for our third game of this best of 5 relay. It seems like the bans aren't too out of the ordinary. You've got Syndra and Varus, of course, Zoe against Couch, and yeah, nothing too extraordinary from these bans. Just pretty standard bans. But of course, first pick Aphelios here. For
Oh
ADC.
no, this is gonna be great for LG Esports. Aphelios, one of those AD carries in the meta right now that's just really strong, especially in the late game. It's like the equivalent of Kassadin in the bot lane.
Yeah,
the moment he gets that lifesteal, the moment he gets that crit, I mean, whatever. The lifesteal is the
any
big
kind
part.
of offensive stat plus the lifesteal just makes him quite a monster with so much outplay potential. But of course, it seems like Husky here from Oblation Esports setting up for what seems to be a Sivir composition with possibly a Trundle. And I have been informed that Husky, all of these players, or most of these players from Husky, have been a team together, not just while in UP, but also like from high school. So they have that synergy and history going for them from Caldra all the way to Vril. And let's see if that shows, let's see if that manifests here in this game against LG Frost, because they're up against quite a stacked composition. Frost has 2 Grandmasters and a Challenger on their team. And so it's really about the trust and synergy between LG Frost that they've built up compared to the long history of the Husky team.
Yeah, so this is the classic Senpai versus Kohai matchup. I think this is the classic new blood versus old blood tournament. And even if Husky is not the main, let's say main team of UPD, having your bros, I would assume that they're brothers at this point. They've been playing since high school, and you having that trust, having that experience playing with each other, sometimes is the difference maker. Yun yung tipo na what normally would have been a crazy play just happens. It just happens kasi if one person goes in for a play, everyone will. And the synergy there is, I guess, tingnan muna natin kung praktisado, because history and synergy, history is just there, but synergy, that's something you work for.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something you can just teach. It's something you have to cultivate and build up. And they've had quite a lot of time to cultivate that amongst themselves. So we're going to have to see. Husky, just a couple of bros being dudes. Just a couple of dudes being guys.
Just chilling in the pool.
Chilling in the pool.
3 meters away.
Pandemic. But getting into the pick and ban here, we got more captain picks in the middle of the stream. So we've got just repeating the bans from earlier, since we did need to re-lobby. So we're gonna see if any picks are different coming into our draft phase between LG Frost and Husky.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a tough task for Oblation Esports Husky to finish this off, mainly because LG Frost is on par of LG's Team A, if I'm not mistaken. So mahihirapan talaga sila dito because they're fighting possibly one of the best teams in LG Esports right now, and
Really scary.
it's pretty scary. ADC 123 high rank as far as I remember, and for Oblation Esports right now, I think they're just all at the rank of Diamond, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge disparity between even the highest ranks of Diamond and like a Challenger, even Grandmaster. But we'll see if that actually is enough to win LG the day here. But Hello Noobs might be picking up the set. I think he does play the jungle set occasionally, but this could also as easily be a pickup for Nesty.
In before set support and Lulu mid.
That's like a giganto small brain play. It is
Giganto small brain play.
it's like an average brain play. But Lissandra is gonna get picked up here for us.
a giant small brain is just a regular brain, right?
Exactly. It's like a tall midget.
But yeah, going back to the picks, it's gonna be a Lissandra lock-in for the side of UPD. We haven't seen a lot of Lissandras around this
Especially after
tournament.
ups to Lissandra, right? Making it so her tools in lane aren't as difficult to utilize means that, I think this could potentially be a great mid pick here. I'm not sure if I see Caldra playing it top side, but it's not impossible. But I do peg this as something more of a vigilance pick. But let's see. Oriana and Echo banned away. They're really trying to ensure that Couch's champion pool in the mid lane is restricted as much as possible. I do think, Couch is the highest ranked member of LG Frost here. Challenger at hovering around 350 LP. So definitely drew respect here coming in from these bands of Husky.
Yeah, and we are already on the second picking phase of Game 3. 2-0 ang score natin. So if Oblation Esports is able to close out this game, they close out the series. It's going to be hard for LG Esports to come back, but 3-2 is the dream right now. Hashtag ADMU win in the chat if you want that 3-2 dream to happen. And right now, it looks like Gragas will be locked in for the side of LG Esports. They're looking quite beefy at the side of LG Esports.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be quite interesting how all of this plays out and what their final lanes will be. But Gragas in the jungle is definitely never like a wrong choice. And the early pressure he provides, the CC later in the game, it's definitely super useful. Of course, Yuumi is banned from Husky, so no Sivir Yuumi shenanigans is going to come up here. But Karma, very nice alternative as well into this bot lane for Luis and Vril. Let's see what what Oblation Esports Huskies last pick will be to round out their comp. Gallia. So yeah, really beefy on the side of LG Frost here. And it will be the Aatrox for Calgary.
And I guess this Aatrox will be a great pick against this set, given that this set will be played in the top lane. Set versus Aatrox is quite a skill matchup, if I would say. Set has the tools to disposition Aatrox, and dispositioning an Aatrox while he's channeling his, what do you call that again? Yung Q niya? Darken Blade is actually one of the best ways to fight him. You can just wait for the last charge of Darken Blade and pull him close with Head Smasher.
With Head Smasher.
wait. You know what? I'm a Google right. Set abilities.
Head Smasher?
Don't know.
It's Face Breaker.
Yeah,
Smasher. What is this bootleg set?
It's a face breaker, so it's like the bootleg version of face breaker and smash.
What the hell? But yeah, that is definitely like the knock-up and the bonus damage at the edge of the Darkened Blade is definitely like a huge part of Aatrox's trading damage. And if he can mitigate that, and if he's able to get like a huge shield from his W, his Haymaker, then that's going to be an easy lane here for Nesty. But if Caldra's able to, like, you're not restricted to going forward or backwards with the Aatrox E. Like, if face head smash, if Facebreaker, if Caldra can predict the Facebreaker on one angle, he can re-angle himself easily. If he's able to go for the prediction on his Umbral Dash.
Yeah,
But
and
aside from that, it's still a pretty beefy comp from LG Frost.
yeah, it's quite beefy. Not only does Aphelios have the protection that he needs from this Gragas and Galio, he also has a Lulu. And Lulu, one of those enchanters that could really power up a hyper carry. Especially right now, Aphelios, one of the strongest AD carries. So let's just wait. Draft-wise, I have to say, LG Esports drafted this very beautifully against Oblation Esports. The only thing that makes me think about Oblation Esports' draft right now, the Trundle is a make or break.
Yeah,
If you capture, at least subjugate one of the beefy boys, then you possibly could have won the game. But if hindi mo ma-subjugate yung correct beefy boy, kasi here's the thing, you have 3 beefy boys at the side of LG Esports. You got
Trundle has to pick the right one.
Yeah, you have to pick the right beefy boy. You have
What is this Bara manga plotline we're writing down?
Okay, you know what? Let's that. It's not the Y genre. It's not the Yao genre. It's not that one. But when I'm saying that Trundle has to pick the correct beefy boy, it just means kailangan makuha mo yung beefy boy na alam mong hindi na makakatake. Because subjugate.
Yeah. I understand.
No, because subjugate, if kunwari, sinubjugate mo yung Gragas, and he just walks away, dashes away, and Galio dashes away as well. I think the best option here is to subjugate the set. Make sure that he dies before he throws out that haymaker. But it's not always the correct choice. So let's see if Ranch is able to choose the correct beefy boy and win the team fight for Oblation Esports. But for LG Esports, they have more freedom because of that Lulu, because of the beefy lineup, and just Aphelios overall.
Yeah, because they have like that thick lineup in the front line. That gives Aphelios, ADC 1 to 3, a lot of leeway in the back line to pick off targets that their frontline tanks and bruisers are fighting it out with. And if he can make space for the Aphelios, that's probably enough for LG Frost to get the win if Husky's not careful.
Yeah, and let's talk about margin of error here. If magkaroon ng malaking error ang Oblation Esports, it's gonna be hard for them to come back. They don't have a lot of tools, let's be honest. Alessandra, yes, can CC, but if walang panapos na damage, it's just there. I mean, yes, you made them stop moving for 2 seconds, but did they die though?
Yeah, that's really the tough here, especially since Sivir is not like a super high damage AD carry until she gets her crit items. But like in the middle of the game, in mid game, where the Sivir hasn't quite scaled up to that level, it might be hard to break through the front line of LG Frost here.
Breakthrough? Isn't that a Twice song? Stand Twice!
Stand Twice, by the way. But of course, once again, for all you viewers out there, I didn't say Sivir as if I was disgusted. What do you mean? But yeah, Stand Twice. And if you guys, once again, I think there will be another live poll. And if you can guess who wins correctly, you'll be eligible for the skin giveaway at the end of the game. Thanks, Lolneep, for the reminder and for the details. It's going to be super exciting because this is basically LG Esports' last chance this match to prove how much that all of them have grown, as an organization.
That sounded very anime, Marco. Alam mo yung protagonist, yung shonen protagonist moment na nakaupo na siya dun.
Tapos last chance to prove ourselves.
Nasa likod niya yung sugatan na Mea Esports Mea Incorporated, tsaka yung LG Shock na duguan din. Tapos nakaala siya, this is gonna be for my friends!
Leave it all to me!
Then he charges his Rasengan and something.
What the heck? But yeah, we have loaded onto the Rift here for the third and what could be the final game of this best of 5 relay. Ateneo de Manila University, LG Frost versus University of the Philippines, Diliman Husky. Let's get right into the Rift.
Yeah, and that was a great intro, and right now it's still a defensive start for both teams. Hindi pa tayo nakakita ng crazy invades.
Crazy invade.
Crazy invades. Alam mo, yun yung medyo last rivalries, nakakita tayo ng mga crazy invades. Ngayon, both teams always start defensively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think at this point, ADMU, they could potentially go for the desperation play to get a super big early lead by invading, but I think at this point, they have the restraint not to go for that. Instead, go for a much safer early game here, not going to throw any leads by trying to invade.
Yeah, and having a team parang pag nakuha nilang edge early just because of a failed invade or a successful invade, very offsetting siya. I don't think both organizations are that edgy, considering that both minds No. If you think about it, both minds behind the comps here, behind the organizations, Coach Red and Coach Ferzerk, came from the same mindset. Eh. They probably have the same macro. So, medyo nakakita tayo ng mirroring of some strategies here.
It's super anime.
But it's not entirely the same. So,
Yeah.
I'm
There's the personal style of the players and the personal style of the coaches as well. And we're gonna have to see how it all manifests here in this third game.
Yeah, and right now, game 3, I think, comp-wise, katulad ng pinagsabi natin kanina, I really have to give it to ADMU this game. But let's see if UPD could pull through with their composition. I mean, this set is already establishing quite the lane priority over here. But looks like Trundle is hovering towards top side, so baka delikado siya dito.
Yeah, it's gonna be both of these junglers taking different routes here on opposite sides of the map right now. We're gonna have to see if Ranj will want to try and relieve some pressure off of Caldra there after getting this red buff. It is possible after he gets his Krugs.
Yeah,
There is a preemptive ward there from Nesty to detect any ganks coming from Ranj, but we'll see.
yeah. Is it Nesty or is it Nestle?
Nestle? Oh, it's actually Nestle. Oops, I can't read.
Wait. Can we get a confirmation? Is it Nesty or Nestle?
It's Nesty in the document I was given, but
Okay, so let's stick with Nesty. If it's in the document, then it's Nesty. But my eyes say it's
it's
Nesty.
Nestle, bruh. It's the chat's telling me it's Nestle. What the heck?
Yeah, it's Nestle.
We got set up. We got set up by management.
Oh no! It looks like the turnaround will happen not just for AdMo, for the game, for the casters as well. But Trundle already seeing two people waiting for the scuttle crab. Yun yung mga sneaky plays eh. Imagine mo, 3-minute death brush.
Oh man, that's scary. That is definitely scary. I don't think, I don't think it'll come up in this game right now. But we're gonna have to see. Hello, noobs. Clearing some vision here. That means Caldra does know that there is someone around the area. Has to be careful how he plays it. But so far, not a lot of like high octane action this early in the game between these two.
Both AD carries are scaling AD carries. I think it's quite a given that they wouldn't want to give away free kills in a 2v2. But looks like Nestle in trouble here. No chains will land. But it's still quite a chill game. Haymaker to the air. That's like...
Ooh, they're just pushing this in here. Yeah, potentially let's apply a little bit of pressure onto Nestle. And perhaps allow Caldra get it back here.
Yeah, and look at Couch just farming against Vigilance. And this is the power of Galio against AP mages. Yeah. I mean, mages in general. It's just a big, not just a big counter, but a very hard time for any kind of mage to drop the Galio down into a very low health state.
Mm-hmm. Even with the Ignite here on this Lissandra, it's going to be very tough to get a kill onto Couch here, unless he really misplays and commits to a fight that let's say Ranj is able to intervene in. But considering that Couch's experience and his skill level, it might be difficult to actually put them in that kind of bad situation. So perhaps the point of contention here between these two teams perhaps might be the top lane, if bot lane is going to be even for a while.
Yeah, and Aatrox versus Seth is quite a skill matchup. Katulad nga ng pinag-usapan natin kanina, kailangan ma-time ni Nestle yung face breaker face smasher. Yung face breaker niya in the proper timing to mess up the Darkened Blades.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like it has been the case so far. While Caldra hasn't taken a lot of damage, he is around like a wave behind in terms of CS against Nestle.
Oh wow, he actually flashes in ADC 123. Look at this, the Galio is there as well. The snare, the taunt, the set ultimate back to the turret. Will it be good though? Face breaker will secure the kill as the first blood will go to the set, as Hello Noobs is already 1/3 in HP. The cast will get a kill against Vril, and it's a 2-0 exchange.
Let's look at that team fight there. Like already they just dive onto Lewis here without a care in the world. And after they're done with that, the rest of the UPD squad is kind of scattered here. And the barrel at the end, just perfectly placed, max range. And this does allow them to get a very clean Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and in exchange, Seth will be giving up quite a few minions here, but not the whole wave. I'm quite sure maaabutan niya yung kalahati niyan or even more than those. That was a great response. A 5-man bot lane fight for the side of ADMU. And dito natin makikita, ADMU Frost rather, has this go big or go home mentality. I mean, a 5-man, 7 minutes in, that's a go big or go home move. If that doesn't work out, then you just ruin your whole early game.
Yeah, and that's going to be... We're going to have to see if that 5-man is worth it. They did get a couple kills there, but it did allow Caldra a little bit of breathing room. Not enough to close the CS gap, but this does allow him to relieve a little bit of pressure off of himself. And if he's able to capitalize on that, if Ranj is able to influence the top lane, it could mean that their efforts, the 5-man efforts in the bot side, the effects of that play might be lessened if Ranj is able to help his top side.
Yeah, and I do think that this top lane right now, Caldra quite safe on that top lane, just getting some minions underneath his turret. But for objectives, dahil kakakuha pa lang ng Infernal Drake, looks like the Rift Herald will be next. And ito lang, in an analyst perspective, I would say that this is the proper time for UPD or anybody, UPD or ADMU, to get priority in the mid lane and get priority in the top lane. There's no point of doing a play in the bot lane kasi wala pa namang dragon. So shoving mid lane, shoving top lane, and then getting Rift Herald should be priority. So let's see kung anong gagawin nila. But as of now, I'm seeing
easier for Nestle here, considering how the past few minutes have played out for this top lane. It's just going to depend on whether Vigilance is able to match the constant wave clear of Couch here, because he has his passive for free and the Winds of War as well.
Yeah, and Winds of War are really one of those good abilities coming in from Galio that could not only zone out a lot of people because of that lingering effect after the initial damage, but also zone out. But Marco, look at this in the top lane.
A suplex onto Ranj here, and he's going to get pushed away from the Haymaker. That is going to be an ult burn for Nestle that he used to get back to his turret range, and he's safe for now.
Yeah, safer now, but already at 10, na-cut na niya. 20 CS lead, naging 10 CS lead na. So this... But I think the wave is crashing towards Seth's favor, so baka bumalik din lang. Let's just wait and see. But he does have that 1-kill advantage. And Nestle with that Phage, let's talk about Phage interaction with Seth's abilities. Let's talk about it. Kasi napakaganda nun eh. The bonus movement speed coming in from Rage on the Phage item goes well with the bonus movement speed that Seth gets when he activates his Q. And not only will that allow Seth to kite around fights, but also allow him to zone out and dodge Darkin Blades from the Aatrox. I mean, movement speed is a stat that isn't like, hindi siya yung pinakamalaking tinitignan mo, but it does help if marami kang movement speed to dodge certain skill shots.
Yeah, especially if your lane opponents really rely on placements of their damage abilities, like you said, the Darkin Blade. And here, it seems like the CS difference is still at the same level, but here's going to be Ranj influencing this top lane as well. The chains will connect. The Facebreaker will come through, getting a huge shield from Haymaker, but not enough to escape the jaws of death as Ranj chomps on him for the kill.
Yeah, that's going to be Ranj's first kill in this game. This Trundle looks to be building a Cinderhawk, which means hindi tayo masyadong mag-expect ng mataas na damage galing dito kay Trundle, but he will be able to match the beefiness of ADMU's composition with the Subjugate as well. So I think he will be the main tank coming in from UPD, and Aatrox will be going towards the more Bruiser type build. But I'm not a fan of that Kindle Gem Rush, but look at this. Looks like
the so much damage, not super tanky just yet. Subjugate to go for a little bit of healing, and Vigilance will have to use his snare there, not having to use his ult to stop that assault from ADMU.
My favorite part of that fight was you telling the people that it was a little bit of healing, but it's actually 3/4 of Trundle's HP back. But you know,
I mean, a small amount of burst heal at the beginning. But, yeah, in the end, this does allow him to heal up almost to full here. But the important thing there is that the subjugate is down. It's not going to give them so many big opportunities with that ult down, but that is a resource lost for the next half minute or so.
Yeah, and subjugate quite hindi naman sobrang haba ng cooldown, but it's one of those abilities that takes time to come back online. Hindi siya katulad ng ultimate ni Lux that feels like a regular ability by 45% CDR or 40. But for the second dragon, it's going to be an Ocean Drake, and ADMU is looking to take it fairly quickly with that Aphelios Crescendum, if I'm correct.
That's a chakram, the Crescendum, and it does give him so much attack speed as well if he is able to hit with his other gun using his skills. But yeah, the pressure that they've been applying onto Lewis and Vril has been paying off by allowing Hello Noobs to have a lot more freedom in where he moves, whether he wants to go help Couch out or help get the objectives bot lane. But of course, the response will be, I think, the Rift Herald at his top side. And they could open up the map a lot more with that, allowing for Vigilance to maybe roam around and influence the other lanes with his ultimate.
Yeah, I do agree with that statement. Rift Herald pre-14 minutes is huge, especially if you're able to deliver it nung may kasamang plating. It's like delivering a kill to your laner just by giving him some plates. And look at this, the top lane.
It's going to be huge here. They might be able to get the first turret of the game with this, but it seems like that's gonna be no wave here for Ranj to help him out, and now Couch is in pursuit, flashing in for it, and the showstopper to take him down. Ranj a little bit too early in the party, and Caldra has to pay the price as well. Explosive Cast will bring him back, and Couch, he's going for it, and he gets the kill.
Man, that was a perfect explosive cast coming in from Hello Noobs. Let's watch the replay to see that beautiful thing again. Great showstopper coming in from Nestle, and that was just it. After niya maset yun, namukhaan pa niya yung Trundle in this. The perfect pitch, back to the Galio, Couch getting the kill. This is classic, clean gameplay coming in from ADMU after UPD doing an oopsie with that Trundle play.
Yeah, like he definitely went in there earlier. I think he was really overestimating the ability of the Rift Herald to defend him, despite being no wave present on his top side, and they really paid the price. I think if they waited a couple more seconds for that, they would have at least been able to kill, even if Couch and Hello Noobs would get there after their kill onto Nestle.
Yeah, and that puts ADMU in a 4-1 lead, and the gold lead, not that much, 1k pa rin, but 4 kills is still better than 1. As of now, ADMU is looking to be quite healthy in this game. It's quite different dun sa mga first few games natin in this rivalry series, and LG Frost looks to be performing well under pressure.
Yeah, they're the ones that seem to be proactive when it comes to the objectives. They not only play around the objectives, they play before the objectives. So they set up their control over that area. They set up the lane priority, and that does allow them to. That did allow them to get the past 2 Drakes, the Infernal and the Ocean Drake. And this is going to be tough for UPD. They do have a great comp here with the Sivir, be able to rush down LG Frost, but there's a good chance if LG Frost is able to get to their tankier items, or rather their front line is able to get to tankier items, they might just be able to resist the rush down of Lewis and the rest of UPD Husky.
Yeah, and UPD right now has to play with their strengths. And by strengths, I mean not engaging in a 3v3 or more than that. I think in 2v2s, they should win in certain matchups. But in actual 3v3s, it's just too beefy.
Yeah.
Masyadong yung skirmishes nila won't be as good as they would want it to be, mainly because isa lang naman yung masasubjugate mo eh. And the moment you burn that subjugate, ADMU just walks away.
Yeah. And it's gonna be the glacial path here. So much damage onto Vigilance, not even able to use his frozen tomb. Caldera is here to try and get a revenge kill. Misses the chains. Can he get the final kill? That is gonna be the stopwatch. Golden time here for Hello Noobs. A taunt from Couch to save him. Can he get the last hit with his sword? He does take him down, and now Couch in a little bit of trouble here. Hero's entrance to try and protect Nestle. Caldera has to back off from this, but Ranj is in the party, in the brawl. Is going to be ADC 1-2-3 taking down Ranj with Couch of the gang, and now they pivoted this into the mid lane.
What initially was a great play coming in from UPD, just ADMU countered it with one thing: better rotations. Nauna yung bot lane ng ADMU, nauna yung mga ibang players ng ADMU din sa UPD, and those few seconds, they matter.
Yeah, especially with a comp as beefy at this. If you get there first, then you've already established a good defensive line that UPD's resources are being sunk into. And that allows ADC 1-2-3 to just get a very nice ability to clean that up.
Yeah, and for Aphelios here, 0-0-2, that's actually not that bad. You're looking at a late game AD carry. So as long as he keeps his CS, it should be all good. Together with Sivir as well. And yung item differences nakikita na natin eh. Sivir is looking for a more mana-oriented build with that Essence Reaver. Meanwhile, for Aphelios, I think he's rushing over to that Infinity Edge for a more damage-oriented one. But it looks like the Dragon will be falling to the hands of ADMU as well. 3 Dragons. Pero tingnan natin, baka mas ilan pa sila.
Ranj, he has the ability. He does have his flash. Can he make it? No, it's going to be secured here. Vigilance goes in, though, with the huge ultimate. But this does open up Ranj and himself to the AoE damage from Hello Noobs. And now they are the ones on the run. Knock up onto Vril. Winds of War strikes him away. And Luis has to escape together with his jungler.
Yeah, let's look at the replay over here. I just have to point out, this is not to bring down the player. But let's just let's continue over here. The Dragon will be secured, yada yada yada. But look at this. Vigilance pulled his ultimate on himself too early. And I'm just not a big fan of that. I think he could have stunned the Aphelios instead and gave his team the advantage and lessened the damage coming in for
one thing I also noticed.
Wala na heal eh.
Yeah.
Literally, there was no damage yet on the Lissandra. So
I guess earlier he was worried that he would not be able to put out his ult if he allowed himself to get CC'd and damage. But one other thing I noticed is Hello Noobs preemptively explosive cast onto the Drake. So if ever Ranj went for the flash smite or the flash, he would be pushed away as soon as he was in range. That was one small thing I noticed in that fight as well from Hello Noobs.
Yeah, and looks like Hello Noobs is actually playing great in this game. Same CS as the Trundle, pero yung mga sets niya, yung mga ganks niya, it's all been working well, and the precision in those explosive casts has been the greatest tool for ADMU right now in securing this lead. Gold-wise, it's not that big, but Dragons. 3 Dragons already for the side of ADMU, and they're inching their way to that
momentum is really what allowed them to push through later into the game. Let's see if the same case will it will be the same case for LG Frost. But yeah, from how Hello Noobs has been playing this and how he's been working with his solo laners, I won't be surprised if ADMU is able to get the full Cloud Soul coming in for this game.
Yeah, and as of now, I think medyo nape-pressure din pala yun. And now that I think of it, as much as nakaka-pressure to para sa ADMU that there are 0 games in this best of 5 right now, mas nakaka-pressure din para sa UPD din pala. Because they have the responsibility to finish what their other org members started. Imagine if hindi mo magawa yun. It's like you failed the people who set you up. But again, even if this is high pressure for Husky, I think they're quite built for that as well. They're not playing terrible. It's just LG Frost has been playing really good.
And I think that's been the case for the previous games here, but Polymorph on still very fast for Caldera with his ultimate. But this does give the outer turret here for ADMU. Let's see if UPD is able to trade another objective for that. It doesn't seem like it, but ADMU seems to have like almost complete control of the map at this point. Not only with the vision, which they do have offensive vision here, but
on the hunt though, Ranj!
Hero's entrance is gonna come through, crashing through, but Raj, can he get the final hit onto ADC? Mutual kill comes through. Luis is burning down. Oh, the explosive gas to protect it, and now Vril and Vigilance have to protect themselves from the rest of them going in deep. Vigilance is gonna get a kill onto Cavalry. Can the Showstopper stop the show in this mid lane? Lots of damage from the Haymaker onto Vigilance, and now it's just Kaldra. Triple kill for Vigilance, but it is gonna be an ace for ADMU LG Frost.
Again, mutual kill on the Trundle and ADC 1-2-3, but we already know the real highlight here is this. The predictions!
My
Nice
God.
gas! The predictions coming in from this Gragas, the precision from those explosive gas is just too real. Winning ADMU that fight, and possibly the mid game as well.
Oh man. Vigilance, though, no hesitation, goes for the backline, gets 2 kills. It's not as bad for UPD, but that was huge for ADMU, being able to get, basically putting the lead now at 5k gold plus 3 Drakes. This is getting tougher and tougher for Husky.
And that was unreal. I know ito yun, thought process ko is this. I think Hello Notes just placed that cask there, knowing na matutulak niya pabalik yung Savior, but having to point the cask exactly, yung bilog ng cask,
Oh my god.
exactly where the Savior flashed, that's next level.
That's like living in the year 3000. But yeah, it looks like from LG Frost, I know Huskies were bred to live in cold climates, but LG Frost is showing them the bitter chill of the revenge of ADMU in this third game. This could be setting up from for the LG reverse sweep if they play this right. Husky, though, they want to fight. They want to take back what is theirs. Couch taking a lot of damage, but that's his job. Ranj having to run away. Teleport coming in from Nestle. Let's see. Seems like this will be just a disengage for both of these teams, but they want to fight over this over this last Cloud Drake.
Yeah, they don't want to give it away to ADMU right now. Imagine a Lulu ultimate that's always available. I don't want to imagine it. It hurts my eyes. Kanina lang natalo ko dahil sa Lulu. I don't like it. And right now, Cloud Drake will be going for the ADMU side, but Alessandro will not enter that fight. The Trundle will be sold out by the Haymaker, but the Gragas!
Teleport coming in. They might be stuck in this pit, but they're the ones with the offensive. ADC takes down Raj. A huge hero's entrance to knock him up, opening up a kill for ADC 1-2-3. And Lissandra, Vigilance gets taken down just as well.
Man, why you gotta be so mad, John?
Oh
Why you gotta
God.
be knocking up 3 people and then winning the team fight for ADMU, and now Dragon Soul goes to them. Baron might be going to ADMU as well. I'd say this is 95% ADMU's Baron already.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Vril has the capability to stop that, especially with Couch just tearing onto this turret like the kaiju that he is. And it's going to be huge for ADMU. Very, very nice. Maintaining control over that Cloud Drake, turning when they needed to. They were pretending, oh, we can't get out. We can't get out of the Cloud Drake pit. But then suddenly they flash onto the members of Husky, take them down, knockups left and right. ADMU looking strong. LG Frost looking cold.
You mean beefy? That's the proper term, man. Beefy. They're looking beefy. It's just the 3-man knock-up from a body slam. Who does that? Dude, nakita mo ba yung radius ng body
Yeah,
slam?
dude, what?
It's
That's
literally
thick.
How do
That
you
is
get
thick.
3 people with that? That's a thick, hella thick, Gragas thick.
Damn, boy. We've got Carl Weezer up in here. But yeah, ADMU in full control of this game. And now they're pivoting it into trying to tear down UPD structures cleanly, top lane and bottom lane. And I don't think they'll be able to protect this against ADC 1-2-3's sheer amount of damage onto these turrets.
Man, I'm just lost for words at this point. Pag nakikita ko nag-engage yung Gragas sa may explosive cast, yung pasok na isip ko pa, man,
How are we gonna do it this time?
This is very exciting to think that ADMU has a player like this.
Gigantobrain, like a legit Gigantobrain.
Yeah, I mean, it's not your gigantic tiny brain, right? It's a legit gigantic brain.
But yeah, Siege coming in for ADMU. UPD trying their best to clear the waves, but they can't really fight back against the beefiness when your main sources of damage are an unscaled Sivir and an Aatrox and a Lissandra against this beefy kind of comp. It's very difficult for them to maintain their damage. And the inhibitor will get taken down topside for Husky. Bot lane still getting rammed by Couch.
Yeah.
This is looking ugly for Husky.
Yeah, it's quite bleak at mukhang titikman na nila ang avalanche ng Frost over here as the inhibitor in the mid lane won't be falling down. They want this, and Nestle is already half an HP, and the pause timer it's already in 28:57.
Bruh. Wait.
Tactical pause.
But yeah, this is looking very tough here for Husky.
Insane
have
plays.
their Inhibitors getting taken down. They have a wave building up against them in bot lane. If ADMU can finish this in the next 3 minutes, and they do have the potential to, if Husky is not careful and gets caught into a fight, that's going to be a huge momentum loss for UPD as a whole.
Is this lost?
By relay. Is this lost? Bruh.
All right, but
All right.
let me just
catch your
point
breath.
out. Let's catch your breath, and let me just point out. Quick analysis check. 17-6 is the kill score, and it's credited on most skirmishes and team fights na napanalo ng ADMU, mainly because of faster rotations and faster and correct engages coming in from this Gragas. But the main thing that made ADMU win right now is not just the Dragons, but the way they rotated properly on the turrets. It's 0-8. Walang turret na nakuha ang UPD in this game as of now. And that's a huge thing in any MOBA game.
Yeah, being able to have that much control over the map, knowing when to move, to defend your assets, and take the enemies, that comes from the experience. And not just the experience of the individual, but as a team as well, being able to move this seamlessly as a group and force all of these objectives, definitely a testament to the experience of the players of LG Frost.
Yeah, and it looks like the third inhibitor and the final one will be going down for the side of UPD as they will be choked inside their own base. They do have that Sivir to clear out those minions, but it could only go for so long until ADMU
3 inhibs down. 3 inhibs down is definitely a dangerous situation here for Husky, even with their Sivir. At ADMU, they've recalled. They're going to spend all the gold that they got in the past 4 minutes. And they're going to come back here, knocking on UPD's door. Actually, no, there's no door anymore. There's no inhibs, no turrets. It's just the Nexus.
May ano ba siya? May entrance ba si Hello Noobs by saying, "Hello Noobs!" and just flashes him with a body slam. But of course, it's not that I'm calling them noobs. This is by far, I think this is UPD's third team. And when I say UPD's third team, means they are probably yung, let's say, the youngins, the ones that are currently being trained. Hindi pa yung finished product. And again, these guys have been playing with each other since high school, which means yes, they do have that history, they do have that synergy, but maybe they have been, let's say, lacking that one X factor. And of course, this is why the esports organization exists. This is why UPD Oblation Esports exists, to unlock said potential.
Yeah, to unlock that talent, especially with coaches like Berserk and Red. Definitely, this raw talent and the history and synergy will definitely be polished to become much sharper and better in these teams. So yeah, this is a good showing from LG Frost, and also tells us how much progress Huskies had since then.
Yeah,
And this kind of sets us the expectation of how much Husky should grow in the following year.
yeah, and right now in the game, though, we are seeing at the 10k gold lead, and 10k gold lead is very hard to defeat. Mainly because that's around 3 to 4 items in difference kung titignan natin yung cash in value niya. And 3 to 4 items is a big thing in not only just actually it's the biggest thing. You can't defeat someone that has better stats and same skill as you.
Yeah, it's gonna be extremely tough to outplay them. And with this kind of beefy comp, Lissandro and Atros just won't cut it. Only Sivir just won't cut it for constant damage. They are doing a desperation play here. Caldra trying to go in, get some kills. Nestle punishes him for it, and now the Nexus is exposed. ADC 1-2-3 burning them down, melting them down. Goes
Why
for a
is this so
triple kill.
big?
With this Infernum, Thick Boy coming in from the Wild Growth from Cavalry.
Yeah,
And
but
they are finishing this game 1-2 so far.
yeah, and that was a great game coming in from ADMU, putting them back in the map in our rivalries best of 5. And this means, na iklaro lang natin, this is a relay format. Which means, dahil nakapaglaro na ang tatlong teams ng Oblation and LG Esports, they get to choose kung sino sa tatlo na yon ang makakapaglaro ng isa pang beses in this best of 5. Which means LG Esports can choose to let Frost play, let Maya play, or let Shock play in their next game. And again, LG Esports have to win the next 2 games to go to get the rivalries win in this series. Meanwhile, for Oblation Esports, just one. Sabi nga ni Lemon something from Adventure,
Lemon something.
only one! Just only one
Bruh.
para manalo ang Oblation Esports. So abangan nyo yan para sa mga viewers natin dahil magbabalik kami after a quick break. Again, my name is Uomi. Together with me is Hiron. And abangan natin kung sino bang mananalo sa LG Esports versus Oblation Esports. And we will be right back.
Lost in the sea of music and strangers, numb from the neck down, looking for answers. Travel to the east with no expectations, then a rise met as this hallucination. My time has froze as you spoke. I'm not from here. Is this home? Hundreds of people with different reasons. Thousands of lies, multiplied lines, show your desires. Potential connection, I gave no reaction. Walking in their own path, baggage from their own past, forever doesn't last. My time has froze as you spoke. I'm not from here. Is this home? Is this home? Is this home? Is this home? We try to be the best of you, working hard with all the things you do. You wanna feel this is real. If you find a picture where you want to stay, and it doesn't matter if just for a day, you wanna feel this is real.
Be a superstar. No one can hear the
Try to be the best of you. Working hard with all the things you do. You wanna feel this is real. If you finally push you where you want to stay, and it doesn't matter if just for a day, you wanna feel this is real. Go and get that gold. Do you want to be that man? Be a superstar. No one can ever take it away. This is what you are. Go and get that gold. Go and get that gold.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AcadArena Rivalries. We are on to our fourth game for today. This is, of course, going to be between LG Esports Frost versus Oblation Esports Husky. Is it going to be the rematch? Yeah, it is going to be the rematch, I believe, for these two teams. And we are your shoutcasters. I'm Hyron. With me is Uomi. And we'll be our fourth game here.
Are we gonna get the redemption arc for Husky after losing to LG Frost? I think one adjustment, the easy adjustment that they could do for this game 2 against them is just ban out that Aphelios. It is a big thing.
So easy to become over the top with an Aphelios pick. It's absolutely ridiculous how much versatility and how much utility, or not utility, but more like damage that he gets from his different guns. Even like the slows, the snares, the AoE damage, everything, and the lifesteal. I think this lifesteal is the most ridiculous out of them. And
and
that's something that they have to ban out, or either they have to play around really well, but I wouldn't take the risk.
And respect ban the Gragas as well. John 1 outplayed himself over there. Literal year 3000 yung place niya. Those are plays that you would normally see on a very high level of mastery over a champion. So I think it's quite safe to say that you should just respect ban it.
Mm-hmm.
He really played well in that game.
That's also scary, you know. Like if you ban away his Gragas, what else is he gonna bring out to terrorize Husky?
That's the thing. You already know how scary the Gragas is, but then other champions, it may or may not be as scary as the Gragas pick last game. So you'll never know. I just since ito yun pwede ka na mag-adjust. You already know how LG Frost plays. That means that yung prior information, yung information na nakuha mo last game should be used against them. Hindi natin alam, baka mamaya Gragas lang pala nilaro ni John 1 for the last week, kaya sobrang year 3000 yung place niya.
So if you force him on a different jungler, it might be different. But
yeah, it will be different.
But looking at how much skill and experience he's had, he should have proficiency in these other champions, and that's what scares me for Husky. Meanwhile, Husky, yeah, they do need to readjust how they play the map here, because it was obvious that LG Frost was head and shoulders above them in that previous game in terms of when to rotate, who to target, etc. And it's going to be tough here. But of course, Husky will be choosing blue side here, and LG Esports Frost will be on the red side. So it is the same matchup, but on different sides. Let's see how different the game will be with these new sides.
Yeah, and they are immediately banning out that Aphelios on the second ban of this game, and also the Galio out of Couch as well. I do think that Galio ban on Couch would be good, considering that the Lissandra pick was extremely countered by it.
Mhm.
Sobrang hirap na hirap sila mag-deal ng actual damage kay Couch because of just Galio being Galio.
This is a super beefy mid laner, lots of map presence, the ability to get like a huge taunt. That's definitely something that you have to watch out for. It seems like they won't be banning out the Gragas, but they will be banning out ADC123 as Ezreal. So that's another safe AD carry taken away from this bot lane of LG Esports. Lissandra, it seems like they are respecting the Lissandra from last game. We did see that Vigilance is he is without hesitation when he goes for these Lissandra plays.
He really goes into a lot of people. Literal na matapang. But yeah, kanina nga there was some hiccups. Kapeng matapang. but yeah, kanina meron lang konting hiccups. But will you really pick a Mumu?
A Mumu?
Will you really lock it in? No, you know what?
Ramos
Go back. Ramos is okay, but a Mumu though.
A Mumu though.
Rengar, no, man. You're just being edgy. Pick the Mummy. Go back. Okay,
going to Trundle.
Yeah, Trundle. This is actually the third game na makikita na natin tong Trundle on both sides. I think every game either may Trundle or may Karma.
And I think it's just because the Trundle allows you to basically, it forces the enemy to not have only one beefy frontliner, because they will get shredded once they get subjugated by this Trundle. And if they're the only ones holding the line for their team, your backline is going to be easy pickings. Mordekaiser and Lee Sin might be locked in here for Husky.
Yo, this is actually big brain. I hope they lock in. Yes. Mordekaiser is big brain against Trundle. If Trundle steals your stats, you death realm him. Because you steal back even more stats.
Right? It's like the Uno reverse card play.
Yeah. Imagine, Trundle steals away 15% of your stats. So now you have 15% less stats and he has 15% more stats. But you steal 10% of his 115%, and then that's just like the ultimate moment in fight. So this is big brain coming in from UPD. But look at this. A misfortune lock-in for LG Esports. Ornhorn plus bullet time.
Oh, man. That is going to be... They call it the Forge God with the bullet time is going to be huge here. But we'll see. We'll see how they respond to this. Because there are a couple ways that you can completely stop this combo. Braum comes to mind, but I'm not sure if Braum is really something that you want to play right now. But that is something that completely stops the bullet time and Call of the Forge God.
And they
they are banning it out smartly enough.
Yeah, and Yasuo open.
Yasuo.
We have a Lee Sin. Let's put it out let's put it out there. May Lee Sin tayo. And may Varus tayo. Hindi tayo nagkukulang sa CC, hindi tayo nagkukulang sa damage. Yasuo could potentially stop Ornhorn and Misfortune ult.
That's a thinking emoji right there. We'll see if they go for it.
I mean, imagine this. Half of LG Esports team fight gone.
Yeah, right.
With one well-placed wind wall.
This is gonna be the Lulu possibly getting picked up here. Maybe the Lulu is to take away the Lulu from Oblation because they might go Yasuo. That's 5,000 IQ Gigantobrain.
but yeah, I guess that also comes into play. Stealing away something, but this looks to be a Corki mid. Corki is a good scaling mid laner, but I would say that it's not the best against, especially in a blind pick scenario. I don't think hindi pa may mid laner na ang LG right now. So He's playing it safe.
Yeah.
He's getting
Going
a
for the
Corki. They're getting a Thresh. A lot of CC, a lot of damage, a lot of
Well-rounded
range.
comp here coming in from Husky. Meanwhile, LG Frost, they're the kind of team composition here that wants to go in hard and set up a great bullet time here. So they have a higher peak of power, definitely, but they have to execute it very well too. So the Zoe pickup here for the mid lane against the Corki.
This is quite the skill matchup, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, Corki has the proper tools to win prolonged fights, but the moment that Sweepy Trouble Bubble lands on Corki, it's gonna be hard for Corki to fight Zoe in the mid lane. But please, don't tell me this is Zoe support.
Oh my God. Is it real? Is that what they're giving us? No, okay. They're trolling. They're trolling. Unless
Unless they pull off a last minute swap. But again, for our viewers over here, make sure to join our polls. It's hashtag LG win or hashtag UPD win or hashtag Obil win. Basta follow the instructions na ilalabas ni Lolnip dyan sa ating Twitch chat.
yeah. He's giving out the instructions right now.
I mean, it's free skins. If your team wins, may chance ka makakuha ng skins. Again, Oblation Esports will win this series if they win this game. And for LG Esports, if they win this game, they force the Silver
Fifth and
Scrapes
final game.
Game 5.
Silver Scrapes, fifth game for this best of 5 relay. And either way this goes, this is a great showing for both of these teams. Like, as LG Frost wins 2-0 against Husky, that just goes to show that their skill level is consistent. But if Husky can bring this back for UPD, then that shows that they can unleash inner power like some kind of anime against LG Frost, who are more experienced.
And I guess in terms of experience, we have to give it to Oblation Esports. Again, these people have been playing together for quite a long time. I think it's the biggest highlight of their team, given that time is not something that you can always have. And they have it ng dati pa. So let's see if magkikick in yun and they finally unlock the potential that they have right in the nick of time na matatalo nila ang LG Frost. But for LG Frost, that was a dominating first game. The momentum might be carried on this game, forcing a game 5. But tanda natin, this is a relay format. If ever manalo LG Frost dito, LG Frost has to pass the baton to any other LG team to finish this series.
And yeah, that's really the Monka's moment there. Like, if you win and you're feeling so good, you have the momentum, but you can't play in the next game. You're gonna have to send your energy to the following team, and this makes this relay format so different in terms of the mental game, because so there's so many things like outside of the individual team's control. Once we reach like these late stages of the best of 5, where it's third game, fourth game, and this is gonna be huge. These teams, I expect, if they want to go for any like crazy invades at level 1,
It's a level
now's the game to go for it.
Yeah, and I would say that Oblation Esports, with their composition level 1, Thresh, one of the stronger invade champions. So a crazy invade might just happen for the side of Oblation Esports.
It's gonna be tough, and it's gonna be such a vital game for this best of 5. We'll see.
Yeah, we have to wait and see, because in the end, after analyzing all of these champions, the possibilities, it all falls down to the execution. If if you give SKT the worst champions possible, and you give a bunch of bronzies the best champions possible, execution-wise, it's still gonna be SKT winning that fight. But
Yeah, and it's gonna be tough. But coming back to like the discussion on the players, like I know. I understand the courses of the UPD players, like engineering, electrical engineering, physics, molecular biology, and biotechnology. I can't understand the courses of the LG Esports. I don't understand.
Is it very 2020? Can I hear it?
Like I don't know. I don't have the pub in front of me anymore. But I don't know. There's like the abbreviations. I can't comprehend them. If someone would enlighten me. But yeah, looks like it's gonna be an important game. It's quite exciting.
It's very exciting. It's I think this is our fourth game already of this best of 5 series. It's been quite the long series if you think about it. It's not easy for a coach to manage 3 teams in a relay format and make sure that they're in tip-top shape before they enter the next game. And not only that, you just have to strategize din eh. Who are you gonna send out first? Is it Swampert or Trico?
Yeah, you gotta send out your proper lead Pokemon. That's basically what this best of 5 relay is.
Yeah, I mean, if hindi mo ma-set up hindi mo malagyan ng spikes, hindi mo malagyan, I mean,
Stealth Rocks has hazards. What a try hard. What the heck?
Baka hindi mo malabas yung team na may Gust.
Gust? What are these moves?
Gust, man. It's how you remove those hazards, bro.
Oh, it's defog.
What do you mean defog? What a try hard. I don't even know that.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's defog. And rapid spin. Well, yeah. That's definitely something.
Yeah, that's definitely one analogy. There are a lot of different analogies to how this relay format is. But I just have to say that this is quite exciting, mainly because it's a lot of people involved. You would think that parang labo-labong suntukan lang, but this is like an organized war. This feels like a controlled battlefield.
Like a Pokemon.
Organized arena.
Like what is this? Oh, there we go. So apparently CHMSC is chemistry. What chemistry something? ABPOS is Pol Sci. LF is life sciences.
Sciences?
MGMT engineering is management engineering, and AP MSc is material science.
Oh wow!
I thought MGMT was like, what is this related to, like volcanoes, magma engineering?
Magma engineering. Wait. Maybe it's management engineering.
Yeah, it's management engineering apparently. I thought it was related to.
Wait, it's management engineering.
Management engineering.
Yo, it doesn't make sense. Management and engineering?
Master of Science in Management Engineering. I don't know.
Yo, these courses are quite precise. It's different. Back in my day,
Management Engineering utilized industrial engineering knowledge and skills to provide internal consulting services for all departments and an organization in order to develop, implement, and monitor more efficient, cost-effective business processes and strategies.
Stop it! We're entering the rift. We're already in Game 4, UPD versus ADMU. It's a rematch between Husky and LG Frost. Winner does not take all, because ADMU has to win this game to force a Game 5. But looks like here comes the queen.
Here comes the big plays for the Imbabes. But it seems like they're just going to back off after that. Yeah, that's anticlimactic. But yeah, this is the 4th game, possibly the last game. If Husky takes it away, gets their redemption against Frost. But if Frost can make the Eternal Winter for these doggos, then they're going to force a Game 5. And the momentum will be on their side in the following match, or in the following game.
Imagine a reverse sweep. Imagine a reverse sweep. I think that's at this point the fans could smell it. Nahahype na sila eh. Naaamoy na nila eh. But for UPD fans, they really want this to end now. And Husky has the chance to redeem themselves after losing to LG Frost in Game 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really tall order here. If ADMU plays the same way earlier, very smartly around the map, with very impressive mechanics in team fights, then Husky will have a really difficult time here. But if Husky can match the pacing of the rotations of ADMU, the shot calling of ADMU, then they have a really good chance of closing out this entire series for Oblation Esports.
Yeah, and feeling ko yun na yung pinakamagandang redemption arc for Husky. After losing Game 3, they win the series for UPD. That's the redemption arc for Husky. But for LG Frost, they're yet to finish their story. They're about to write the next chapter for the next LG team if they win this game. The reverse sweep is just a dream as of now, but they may be living it if they win this game.
Nice. And yeah, that's quite dramatic here, but that's really what this series is all about. Like, sapakan sa katipunan. This is serious business for our teams, for the fans. So for all you fans out there, whether LG or OBE, send your energy to these teams. Keep making noise in the chat. Share the stream. This could be the last game or what sets up for a reverse sweep for ADMU. Who knows? Stay tuned. Ranj, though, going for quite a cheeky gank here. The ward will not work out for Couch. He's going to try his best to get away. Flash not burn. Heal gives him just enough movement speed to get away. But that is going to be a summer spell burnt for UPD.
Yeah, and heal now on the burn, but look at this. The pillar coming in from the trundle won't do much, but going back to what was sa sinasabi ko, it was just a heal burnt out of Zoe. She still has flash, and that's very amazing coming in from Couch. Yung alam niya na makakatakas siya, even if he doesn't burn flash. A lot of people would
Vril getting the hook onto a member of LG Frost, and then the pause. It's just like a to be continued with roundabout playing.
And you know the color of the pause screen it's right in.
To be continued on the next episode of JoJo.
But the thing is, paano kaya nagkamali lang yung Tresh? As I mean, di ba nakapos? Tapos napindot lang niya ulit yung Q. And he dashes right in That's another pause. Mid-flight, another pause. Another to be continued.
Bruh. That's a natural JoJo reference right there.
That's a bra moment too. Imagine pressing with the wrong button, the absolute worst button to press after the pause. Q. Do not press Q after the pause.
But yeah, man, quite a hyped up day we've been having today for Esports AcadArena Rivalries, and while the pause is going on, and since we're not that deep into the game just yet, make sure to check out.
Okay.
Is it back? Okay, it's back.
He doesn't press Q, and nor will he reach the turret range din pala even if he presses Q. It just looked longer in the pause screen. Parang max range hook siya nung nasa pause screen.
Fortunately for him, di rin niya pinindot yung Q. But so far, I think the most important thing to look at right now is the junglers on opposite sides of the map right now.
Yeah, it looks like this is the hook that they need. The flame.
Hook they need. Cavalry will try to poke down Lewis here, try to deter him from attacking him more. The double up is going to hit onto Lewis and taking quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, and I think the main thing there is hindi tumama yung piercing arrow. If that landed on the Lulu, this whole lane should be in a different story or setup right now, given that the Lulu will stay a little bit more careful. So I hope the piercing arrow lands the next time around, because it's the actual thing that makes Varus good in trading.
Yeah, and just having the safety of that range from the piercing arrow. Has to be careful with those double ups, though. If he's staying far behind the minion wave, then there's a lot of opportunities for ADC 123 to exploit that with the double ups. So
yeah, double up damage is just unreal. Paired with the passive, it's quite annoying to deal with, especially if you're hiding behind your minions. But given that this Varus is running Arcane Comet, I do believe that he will be going for that lethality build instead of the typical on-hit Varus build.
Yeah, it has been toned down in the and I think 10.11 and 10.10, but it's still quite powerful. And them picking it here despite the nerfs is definitely a testament to that strength of that archetype. So yeah, ADC 1 to 3 and Cavalry have to be extremely careful playing this lane, always on their toes, because even if they're in a safe distance behind the minion wave, a stray piercing arrow could mean the difference in this laning phase.
Yeah, and I feel like laning-wise, lamang talaga ang Lulu misfortune against this Thresh Varus, mainly because they could just avoid fights and tire out the Varus and Thresh. It's
Yeah.
not about all-in, sige, baka masabayan or mahigitan pa ng Thresh Varus, but in events that an all-in will not happen, it's always Lulu and Misfortune who will come out on top. So, I don't think that they should go for a whole 2v2 fight na all-in. They have to wiggle down the Varus, deplete his mana pool, or just poke him down with double up, and then they fight. Kasi other situations, lamang na sila eh. Even if the hook lands on the Misfortune, if the Varus is half HP, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, especially with the Ignite on Cavalry. It's just asking to get 2v2 killed here in this bot lane if you engage with a Thresh at below half HP. And here, they're actually doing it here. ADC 123 slowly allowing Lewis to use up most of his mana. He's already at like 1/4 at this point.
And you would think dapat panalo ang Varus in poking. But because of Lulu just having shields, it's always been enough to protect MF from the damage. But in the piercing arrow, let's be a little bit honest, 50% of the time hindi to matama.
Yeah, especially if it's like a max range one, it's definitely difficult to hit. And
Yeah, it's difficult
if
to
it's
hit.
max range, that gives Cavalry more time to go for the shield onto ADC.
So, Luis really has to plan it out. Yung tipo na either yan, na nagtatago siya in bushes or waiting for Vril to hook the target.
Yeah,
I mean, it's gonna be way easier the moment he gets his corrupting chains because, again, it takes no brain to land damage on a target that doesn't move.
Yeah, and they might need the help of Ranj as well. He is hovering around his bot lane, trying to control the vision around this area. And if Ranj can get a good gank onto this bot lane, then that's going to set up this Varus to dominate later into the game.
Yeah, and speaking of dominating the game as Varus, piercing arrows should begin to land easier by mid-game, late-game. Given that the CDR will be there and magka-clump up na eh. Mid-game, late-game, it's the time for skirmishes and team fights. And the more they group up, the higher that the target count would be for Varus. And it's called piercing arrow for a reason. It pierces through people. So it can land on more than just one person.
Ooh, the roam here from Vril, though, could potentially catch out Couch, but I think he smells what's up as they will be stealing the blue buff here from Husky. Husky will act in kind, taking the blue buff here of ADMU. But let's see. Let's actually see if any of these junglers rotate elsewhere. Possibly go for a play onto Couch.
Yeah, and I think that blue buff steal was very great for this Zoe. The Zoe is running a non-lost chapter rush, but look at
It's gonna
this
be the
Vril.
flash play here. He doesn't have his own flash, but the Sonic the death sentence hits max range. Here comes Hello Noobs to trap Vril behind a turret range, and it's gonna be a 1-for-1. However, that is gonna be huge.
Yeah,
though.
but let's look at the we play over here. Hindi tatama yung corrupting. I mean the resonating strike, but the max range death sentence will end his life. Vril, however, gets trapped between a pillow and hindi na siya makagalaw with that point on.
Very good response there from Hello Noobs, though. All he could do there was to put up a pillar, but that's all they needed to secure a revenge kill against Husky. So right now, toe-to-toe still.
You mean a revenge kill?
God. Cheemsburger.
But going jokes aside, 9 minutes in, we are already seeing an Earth Drake for the side of UPD 1-1. Again, very dragon-centric and gameplay. That's a hook landing on the Misfortune. This could be it.
Play. They're just saving it, I think. but there's going to be a lot of damage onto Lewis. Vril has to tank, and piercing arrow gets flash, but Raj is going to connect with a Sonic Wave resonating strike. Low Noobs cannot finish off that fight. Has to back away. Gets taken down by Lewis and Vril.
And go back. Timewinder here. The thresh is insane. Great hook on the misfortune na hindi nakita sa replay, but this sets up things for UPD. I mean, for LG, actually, no, for UPD, blue side na pala sila ngayon. And again, the hook landing. I mean, there's not really much to analyze in this replay. It's just Vril landing those hooks when it mattered the most. Mukhang nilabas na niya yung trump card ng UPD Husky.
The Thresh coming in. Yeah, he's been hooking pretty well the last few minutes here, mid lane, bot lane, and he is picking up the Boots of Swiftness here, so he does have a lot more movement speed in these fights rather than just focusing on out of combat move speed with Moby Boots, and is going to help him be more relevant once these fights actually start.
Yeah, and let me just point out, di ko na point out sa replay, hindi na natin makikita, but I just want to give credits din kay Thresh because he could have gotten that kill after landing the hook, the last hook on that fight, pero what he did was to body block the champion. That's a big brain move as a support. The moment you body block that champion, mahihirapan siyang tumakbo unang-una, and you're just handing over the kill to your AD carry, which means yung gold distribution magiging mas okay. So, really kudos to Vril over there. Great hooks, great macro.
Yeah, he's been definitely showing up in this, well, game 2, quote-unquote, against LG Frost. If it was me, I probably would have just gotten the kill as the Thresh. But, yeah, that goes to show that Vril has the restraint. He has the communication with his AD carry. He knows whether his AD carry is capable of finishing off the kill, and he acts accordingly. And the pressure from Husky right now is being felt by ADMU, and the domination of Caldra in the top side. Well, not really domination, but he has been constantly pushing in this Ornn into his turret.
Yeah, and Rift Herald, I think, is already taken by what team? Di ko napansin kanina. But Rylai's Crystal Scepter will be going to the side of Mordekaiser. First buy niya Rylai's, and we don't see this quite often because usually we see Proto Belt Rush or Lion Breeze Rush. Siguro he really wants to provide the extra slow, extra CC for the side of UPD. But Vril, again, with the hooks, it won't land. Pero tama yung trajectory. Tama yung trajectory.
The angle was right.
Kulang lang yung range.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think the Rylais is definitely a great addition when they start team fighting, because with the slow, that's going to make the piercing arrows hit more. That's going to make the hooks hit more. The skill shots as well coming in from the rockets, coming in from Vigilance as well. So all of those, he's basically just enabling the rest of his team more. He knows that he might not be like the main damage dealer of this team, so he's pivoting into a more slowing role for his team.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite dangerous for ADMU. Corki has the package in a dragon fight.
Yeah, and if they're staying there, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it will be a toughie for them, but already both junglers are in the position for a smite fight.
They put him in the wrong side. That's going to be Vigilance getting taken down. The bullet time, so much damage onto UPD. They pulled the trigger wrong, and ADMU punishes them for it. And that is going to be Lewis. Futile, trying to run away, getting taken down by Couch, and hello noobs.
Yeah, let's look at the replay over here. The dragon will be secured by Lee Sin. So that's already an objective taken. I think Vigilance over here, nangati lang yung kamay niya eh. He should have, di na niya dapat kinuha yung fight na yun. It was already their dragon. But okay, that was a great package. It divided the whole team, but at what cost? It was a great package. I have no comment dun. Maayos yung package na yun. But it wasn't the proper time for it. You already had the dragon. What was the point of taking that fight?
Oh man. That does put ADMU back on the table with their gold. Still behind in the Drake game. Yeah, that's true. That gave ADMU a couple kills. Most important, going to ADC 1-3 and hello noobs.
Yeah, and now this puts ADMU back in this game, in the mid game rather, na kanina lamang na talaga yung UPD, but now that the gold lead has spiked back to ADMU, they have to depend on a better team fight scheme for the next fight. Because ADC 123 had the time of his life over there. Pressed R, watch
Over
their
the wall.
HP melt.
Yeah, basically over the wall there with that bullet time basically means that he wasn't being disrupted. No one was able to dive him, disrupt the bullet time, and like you said, that was just a great time for him. But let's see how Husky recovers from that blunder into this game. They are poking down this Zoe here, trying to pivot into getting the first turret of the game. Maybe that sense it's not quite hitting, but they will secure the first turret of the game. A gold boost, a much needed gold boost for their 80 carries.
Yeah, I mean, Misfortune right now, 2-1 and 3 already on the Essence Reaver. I do think that this is quite good. Kasi Misfortune, not only will her ult hurt, but with this build, you can actually sustain your damage in a better, more versatile way. There are builds that focus on armor pen and lethality, but honestly, do you even need it? Because the only tank here on the side of UPD would be Mordekaiser. But now that I think of it, Mordekaiser's Death Realm has a lot of possibilities. He could just cancel out bullet time by using Death Realm on the AD carry, if you think about it.
So it's way better just to invest into other ways of dealing damage for this Misfortune.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Kailangan talaga ng other ways other than bullet time to make sure na hindi ka lang one button, then you're done.
One and done.
One and done, basically.
Pump chump. But it's going to be Husky now trying to open up the map here, gathering around mid lane, applying pressure onto this side of the map. They do want to start taking control here. The next Rift Herald is coming up soon, and that might be the turning point that will allow them to get that extra bit of gold or extra bit of pressure around the map.
Yeah, but look at that damage coming in from the piercing arrow. That's like 1/3 of their health out with one ability. And this is the scary part for ADMU right now. Taking piercing arrows to the face. And it's not like infinite yung mana ng Varus, but the CDR is quite there. He is running Ionian Boots of Lucidity.
And that's just going to focus on the uptime of that damage as much as possible. It's going to start hurting ADMU. But if they can get into, let's say, a really great extended fight where they are able to dive onto Lewis without him being able to put out a lot of piercing arrows.
Oh no, Couch! Oh no, Couch, indeed!
Oh, no.
Alright, that was actually...
That's not too bad. But Ranj actually got away for that with more damage, and then he is quite low. Is this going to be the trigger for ADMU to go for the Rift Herald? I think it is, as Ranj is forced to back away. So that small exchange where Ranj took a lot of damage is going to give over the Rift Herald to ADMU, and this could potentially give them an avenue to open up the map for themselves and make more plays.
Yeah, this Rift Herald will be... I think it's an okay take, even after 14 minutes inside the game. And this Herald will possibly open up a huge part of the map, especially with this Dragon about to go online.
This is going to be the Infernal Drake, I believe. So, yeah. So, right now, ADMU has control over the area. Let's see if UPD is able to take back this territory in the bot side of the map. ADMU moving away here, giving themselves a little bit of breathing room, dancing around this Drake. Oh, Ranj, once again, taking a lot of damage.
Man, that paddle star, like 50%.
Finding their marks as well. It's going to be real tough for ADMU.
Yeah, but look at this. The zone control is being given up by Frost right now, but they do chunk down Caldra, already half an HP, and they stop the Dragon take. I think they're going to reset it. And as diversion, they summoned the Rift Herald as well. Dragon is already a 3k HP. Resonating Strike will land on Hello Noobs instead.
Ranj be able to take this away. This is a 50-50 smite for both teams. Can they go for it?
Oh no, the bullet time.
Enough. That's going to be the bullet time. Taking so much damage for ADMU here, but Caldra able to deal with this backline, and now they're on the run. 3 members down for ADMU, and UPD is in pursuit, pivoting to the mid lane.
And let's check kung anong nangyari doon. I think this is great hesitation.
Oh, look at that Dragon's Rage!
Oh man. Beautiful. But this actually becomes a secure dragon for UPD. Knowing that they won that fight already, they still took it. And I think the hesitation coming in from UPD, yung inintay nila, yung tamang oras para sumugod, is what makes a good team fighting team. Yung discipline to know when is the correct time. Because there were other great times to engage at that point. But they found the absolute best option to secure that Drake, secure some kills rather, and get a little bit of gold lead out of it as well.
Yeah, there's this fine line between hesitation and patience, and UPD definitely got the better deal there. Actually, the complete package, kills and an objective. They did lose their bot lane turret, but that's definitely worth it. A worthy trade here for the Huskies.
Yeah, and now we're looking at a Corki about to finish 2/3 of his Triforce, charging up his Manamune. Yes, Zoe scaling is scary, but when you're looking at more sustained way to deal damage, Corki really is one of those champions that's really hard to go up against if you think about it.
Like, if you're far away, you have the piercing arrows and the rocket barrage. Whittling you down, but once they're in close range, they're no slouch either, especially this Corki, building up the Manamune into the Muramana. Soon he'll be getting his Triforce, and that's just going to multiply his damage up close, on top of his dangerous amounts of damage at long range as well.
Yeah, and let's take note that yung Gatling gun ni Corki, it messes up the armor of anyone stands in front of it. So that means bababa mas laling mga resistances and the lethality will kick in. Oh, what a great save. Muntikan na yun. That could have been death.
That could be a death sentence indeed for this Zoe. Call it the Forge God coming through. Raj running away, missing. Rather, the bullet time missing. And now hello noobs between a rock and a hard place has to get punched or kicked away. Caldra coming through with the damage. Trying to find an opportunity to get another hook here, but that's going to be a free kill onto Couch.
Wow, Vril is insane. Killer instinct on those death sentences. The moment he saw Couch pop up, the moment he popped back in, that was already death sentence. Saktong-sakto eh. The moment na bumalik yung Zoe sa ultimate, the death sentence was already there. There was no time to flash. Ganon ka-pristine yung timing ng death sentence na yun.
Okay, that death sentence isn't gonna hit, but I don't think they'd want to take that. A little bit of damage onto the mid lane outer turret allows them to take a little bit of breathing room as their top laner takes this turret. They're gonna be very happy with that. Spend a little bit of gold after that as well.
Yeah, and that little bit of gold, kanina, around 2 minutes ago, it was a 1k gold lead. Now, 3k gold lead, and now umangat ba siya ng isa? And now we're looking at a 4k, roughly 5k gold lead for the side of UPD. And that's a bunch of Drakes too. And it's looking bleak for ADMU Frost. The dominance that they showed in Game 3 was... It's like just I don't know, man. This game is like a footnote
dream for ADMU LG Frost. But I think it's less of them playing badly this time. It's more like Husky really stepping up at this point. And I think I think Couch isn't on the same level of playmaking on a Zoe as he was in this previous
Galio. Man,
right? Definitely, yeah.
Couch on Galio was next level. He made play after play, but now as Zoe, siya na yung ginagawa ng plays. Vril literally landing hooks on Zoe left and right, and it shows on the scoreboard 1, 3, and 4. And he's about to buy that. What do you call this again? The one that the spell shield. I forgot. Banshee's Veil. And you know, as a Thresh player, that you've won. The person na lagi mong nahuhook is adjusting to you. Banshee's Veil.
It's gonna be dangerous. It is gonna be the Infernal Drake spawning soon. ADMU knows they can't give this to UPD. Lots of damage, actually not that much, coming in from the Paddle Star. They will be looking to start a fight here as the Drake spawns.
Yeah, and this is Vigilant.
They're going to take the outer turret in mid lane.
Horn though.
Come through. It is going to be Ron's taking a lot of damage, but not before he's able to get the kick. That's one member down for UPD. Can ADMU finish the job? Bullet time Doesn't hit
cancel.
that, cancels it, and Hello Noobs is not able to finish the job onto Caldra, and now it's going to be Nestle trying to hold the line for his team as Vril takes down Couch in the background, and that's going to be a double kill for Caldra. And ADMU right now, formation is broken. Let's look at
let's look at the replay right now. Great kick para ma-set up ulit, but look at this. Yung bullet time niya konti lang kasing natamaan. Literally just one person na cancel pa, and the moment that it got canceled, eto, tignan mo, matatama ng piercing arrow yung Zoe, and then sasampalin siya ng tres. No, what the hell? I thought it was an auto attack. Tumama yung big sentence. Oh my god, I didn't expect that, to be honest. In my eyes, when the team fight was happening, akala ko inoto-attack lang ni Vril to secure that kill on the Zoe. I didn't think that it was a death sentence that finished it off.
Oh my god, truly a death sentence coming in from Vril.
Oh god.
Very, very impactful. 11 out of 12 kill participation is huge. And he's been working together with Luis, with the rest of his laners as well, to really set these up for himself. And he's been making individual plays that stop ADMU short in their tracks.
Yeah, and right now, this Zoe might not be having the best of times. I mean, as someone, I mean, all of us plays League, kaya tayo nandito, but imagine getting hooked on the correct occasions, on the worst possible time for you. It's just very infuriating, and parang you're gonna have self-doubts. And for Couch, I feel like it's about time to have what do you call this again? A tempo break. Yung tipo na you wake up from this fever dream na lagi kang nahuhook and
Make it stop.
make it stop. Like, adjust something. I think it's about time that Couch wakes up. I don't think that he's a stranger to this feeling. Normal lang matilt, especially if ilang beses ka nang natatamaan ng hook. But if you're able to rise to the occasion and bring back ADMU to this best of 5, they will remember this for quite a for a long time.
Like a very good Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Vigilance or Lewis, if they can get that. But the problem is, even if they get a Sleepy Trouble Bubble at long range, there's really no one to dive onto UPD to capitalize on that.
All right,
They
here's a
always
test.
have to front to back.
Yeah, and Zoe is still dealing good damage. Not yung mga one-shot kind of damage, but good damage. So there's really still a chance. And if nagtataka kayo why I'm pinpointing the Zoe so much, is because Miss Fortune's doing well. The only person not doing well in the side of ADMU right now is Couch on this Zoe. Not because he played bad, but because Vril just landed those hooks when it mattered the most.
Perfectly. And now they're setting up control over this barren area. That's going to be the Scuttle Shrine activated for them. A little bit of vision. And this is, at 27 minutes, this is definitely something that will turn the tides of the game. If ADMU can yoink this away from UPD, then they'll be able to delay the game a little bit more for them. But if UPD takes this, that's going to be an easy closeout for them if they play it correctly.
Yeah, and I think Baron Pit-wise, it's gonna be good for ADMU to wait for UPD to
they have
start
bullet
taking
time.
that dragon. They have bullet time. They have Sleeping Trouble Bubble. Horn as well.
So this is just going to be waiting for the perfect opportunity. But they can't just sit on their hands doing nothing while waiting for UPD to start that. They have to set up the waves. They have to repel the split push coming in from Caldra. It's definitely easier said than done to wait for Husky to go for Baron and capitalize on that with your superb team fighting. Or yeah, it's definitely gonna be difficult for them.
Yeah, but look at this.
Step up.
Yep. And John 1 right now, parang yung Gragas play niya kanina, this could have been a good time na ma-channel niya yung same energy that he released kanina in the earlier game. But right now,
so hard. On a Trundle, you don't have that same playmaking capabilities.
yeah, and I don't know. Like, I really don't know the decision making and the draft, but I guess they took the Trundle for, I don't know, hindi naman beefy yung ano ng UPD. So, I'm really questioning this Trundle pick right now because Gragas was open.
Mhm.
UPD
Like,
left
that was
Gragas
open. I
open.
was actually surprised that UPD left it open. But maybe it
And
was maybe they knew how to deal with it, and maybe ADMU thought, okay, maybe Gragas won't be the best pick in this game. It's definitely interesting to look at maybe how they were thinking in the draft, because
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it now. I'm seeing the MF pick. I'm seeing the Orn pick. But the Couch and Hello Noobs are kind of having a difficult time.
yeah, and si Couch at si Hello Noobs were actually the people who brought LG their win last game. And I don't know if this is part of the strategy of UPD, but I think they realized that choking down Couch, choking down John 1 is what they need to do.
Mhm.
And after they choked down the two carries that carried the LG in game 3,
apparently,
this looks to be a different team. This feels like a different team. And it's not to discourage the people, but I'm quite disappointed. This feels like a different team. I mean, nakita natin how much excitement
Yeah.
John 1 injected in game 3. And now, Husky, maybe they just improved. Like, bigla silang sumabog after that game. And now Vril is the one, kanina, I don't know.
he's unlocked protagonist power.
Vril felt like nothing last game. He was the typical support. But now, hook,
He's
God.
the Chad support now.
The Chad support now. It's like the
Virgin
turntables
Enchanter,
have
Chad.
tabled.
The Virgin Enchanter support. The Chad initiation tank support.
Yeah.
Oh, but it is
so-
gonna be though. Initially,
Oh,
look at that
no.
damage from the arrows though. Bullet time will come through. That's gonna be the golden time for Ron to get him out of dodge. Caldra.
Man, and this is gonna be Elder Drake for UPD. Oh god. I mean, look at the damage coming in from Luis. The Infernal Drake on Varus is just too unreal, and now Luis is unstoppable. They're gonna secure this Infernal Drake, and this might be game.
Elder Drake actually.
I'm
with
ready for the
initiation power.
spits!
Look at that. Executing Couch. That is going to be Hello Noobs at golden time, but he cannot sustain it as he gets executed by Vigilance. Now, let's take a look at how all of that happened.
Yeah, and right now, tingnan natin it was already Luis dealing significant amount of damage in this fight. Bullet time lands on a lot of people. That doesn't really secure a lot of kills though. And they secured the Elder Drake after the poking coming in from Vigilance and Luis. After that, it's all said and done. Infernal Drake plus the Elder Drake. How can you fight it?
Yeah,
I
how
don't
can you
know.
fight
How
against
can you
this
fight
form
it?
of power? The sheer strength. Look at Vril's stride. Look at his steps. He's doing the Chad walk right now, leading UPD Husky into victory, not only for this fourth game, but also for their redemption episode against LG Frost, and finishing off this this best of 5 relay. ADMU is gonna try and stop it. This is their final chance here. Vril.
Will it be enough?
So this could be ADMU going for the comeback, or at least to delay as much as possible, give themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Oh,
Look at that damage from
half
Cat.
HP.
They are going to be able to repel the UPD for the time being, but they have 2 inhibitors down. Their Nexus, I believe, is exposed. ADMU is going to have a difficult time trying to take the territory back from UPD.
Yeah, and this is a 13k gold lead. ADMU's chances on continuing in this series is looking bleak as of now. The place that they made last game is nothing in comparison. It's just too big of a comparison in this next game, and it just goes to show that I think they have their ups and downs.
Mhm.
I don't want to use the term coin flip because they're not a coin flip. They're not a coin flip team. I think they played well in this game. It's just way different. I think the play style was way different. Couch was playing a champion that could pull off play after play. Yes, Zoe can pull such plays, but he has no protection. And just like this one, a team fight will start.
Oh man, they're actually going straight for Hello Noobs, not even giving him the chance to steal away the Baron. And that's going to be the Baron taken here by UPD Husky.
Yeah, and now that we're looking at a Baron empowered UPD with Infernal Soul and Elder Drake just about to expire, It's UPD taking the march of victory as of now. For ADMU, it will take a miracle of a team fight for them to win. But miracles happen. Let's see kung paano nila ma-defend ang Nexus nila in what could possibly the last 4 minutes of this game.
Man, it's gonna be tough here for ADMU, and I think they can't resist against this assault by UPD. They're already marching onto the top lane to take down the final inhibitor. They're building up their waves in the bot and mid lane. This is going to be the desperation call of the Forge God, hitting nothing as Caldra hook onto the Lulu, as well as the rest of the front lines being shredded by Luis and Vigilance. The turret goes down, the doors are open, the gates have been crashed through, and ADMU, they're running away right now. Their Nexus is exposed. They cannot afford to defend lest they lose their own lives. They're doing as much as they can to delay UPD, but in the end, the last shot will be called by UPD to finish this game.
Yeah, and congratulations to UPD in winning this rivalry series against ADMU. Looks like Katipunan is secured for UPD as 3-1 is the final score in this best of 5. Husky with the redemption arc, and sadly for LG Esports, they will end their journey in this rivalry series, losing to UPD. But let's have a quick analysis of the overall series that we watch right now. LG Esports had their shining moments. They really had one. They had a lot. I would say on game 1, or I'm not sure if this is game 1, but Julie had a lot of good plays. They almost got the Baron with that insect kick, and quite notable din yung plays na nanggaling din kay Couch on Desgallo. And of course, there's a lot of moments for for LG Esports, but in the end, UPD always had one dragon up. I'm not even using the in-game moments as a pun, but it's always them taking the objectives, converting their kills to said objectives, and then winning the games.
I think that's also like in general. I think the objectives are really the biggest thing here for this entire best of 5. We see that in every game, the team that was able to control the objectives more was able to get the Drakes, was the one that won. So every time Oblation Esports was able to control the early dragons, they snowball that into a win.
Yeah.
Or if there was a tie in terms of like gold power level, the Drakes were the ones that made the difference.
Yeah, and going back, balik tayo sa rivalries. Rivalries, dahil nanalo ang UPD, may skin giveaway na mangyayari para sa mga UPD communities natin dito. They will basically, puntahan nyo na lang yung page ng UPD Oblation Esports on how they will give away the skins. But, again, this has been our best of 5 rivalries, and congratulations to Oblation Esports for winning the series 3-1. For LG Esports, better luck next time. The community is solid, and we hope that you come back even stronger. And that's it. My name is Suomi, and together with me is Hiron, and let's watch the post-game highlights before we end tonight.
All right. On this Drake. Teleports coming in from Franz now that he's shoved in the wave here.
Nobel!
A lot of damage flashing away from the taunt here. They are super fast. Final chapter gonna try and stun them out. Intervention onto Levi, taking a lot of damage, but a lot of heals as well. But Corgi Crindle taking so much damage. Will he get finished off? He is taking so much damage, but healing so much of it as well. A double kill goes to Crindle. Quite an important fight here. Both teleports up for top laners. Might not even
Crossbar here on the Syndra, and he's forced to flash out. The cleanse is there for the Vayne, but he doesn't cleanse away. The Nasus ultim is there as well. The Wither will be finding the Vayne, and the Vayne will be kiting it out. Naging stack na siya kay Susan. Double kill mo pupunta dito kay Syndra, and the Seraph is running away habang dinuduraan pa siya ng Dragon. Medyo binastos siya ng Cloud Drake doon, as UPD will be finding kill after kill, pero dalawa na lang natitira sa kanila. Pang Yuan low on HP, masuslow. Gagawin ba siya stack? Hindi. The skill will be there. A quadra kill.
Really careful, but this can pay off quite well. Yobhel going in for the 2-man taunt, but not enough. Crindle still at large here. He is going to intervention himself, going straight for Julie and MSY. Crindle on a rampage, and now Yobhel might get taken down as well. The kill is down in France. He has his eyes on hopes and dreams. Julie helping him out as well.
Oh!
Has to flash over. Sonic Wave does connect, and he's gonna get taken down, but no!
An Earth Drake for the side of UPD. 1-1. Again, very fortunate. This could be it.
Play. They're just saving it, I think. But there's gonna be a lot of damage onto Luis. Vril has to tank, and piercing arrow gets flash, but Raj is gonna connect with the Sonic Wave resonating strike. The low noobs cannot finish off the smite for both teams. Can they go for it?
Oh no, the bullet time.
Enough. That's gonna be the bullet time. Taking so much damage for ADMU here, but Caldra able to deal with this backline, and now they're on the run. 3 members down.